property tax freeze, as well as workers' comp reform and tort reform.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
I saw you early this morning. You were behind me on the Kennedy, weren't you?
I don't know.
Flashing your lights, beeping, honking your horn. Because I was in the left-hand lane.
No, I had no problems with left-hand lane traffic this morning.
Really?
No.
Okay, so it wasn't you?
No.
I thought it was you. It looked like your car. It looked like you in the car. And then when I glanced over, the person kind of ducked down. And I thought, well, that's got to be Dan Proft.
No, because
bullying me on the roadways.
You were here before me, and I would have gotten here before you had that been the case, right? Because I would have passed you on the road.
Well, then I got scared, and then I took off faster. I thought there might be a little road rage incident, so.
Yeah, well, here's the way to avoid any such incident. Don't be in the left lane driving 55 and then pacing with the middle lane cars so that people can't get around you. And I'm not even kidding.
I know, it's bad.
It's intolerable. And this is after you just drove on the Autobahn.
I know.
I mean,
well, I didn't drive in the left lane there because I would have gotten killed.
Yes, well.
Annihilated.
Maybe in that respect, we should be more like the Germans. So yesterday was kind of
Scary?
an odd day. You know, it just speaks to, I guess, how fragile and dependent we are on technology, how dependent we are on technology, and I guess how fragile that technological infrastructure is. During the show, we had the story come over the transom about United doing a worldwide grounding of all United planes because of some kind of computer system malfunction.
I found out it was the cruise computer system, their schedule, the cruise schedule on the computer there was something wrong with it. And also when people were checking in, that went down. But I mean, can you imagine being at the airport and looking up on the board and it's blank? Because my friend was at United yesterday and said it was the worst they've ever seen, ever, for backups. 59 flights were canceled and 800 delayed, and they didn't know what was going on. They said the worst part is the employees from United didn't know what was going on. They said our computer blanks our screen. We don't know what else to tell you.
Right.
I mean, that's scary. Because when the air industry or a major airline shuts down, you start thinking terrorism. You start thinking Chinese hackers. You start thinking, you go to places you don't want to go to. But it's fearful. We rely so much on technology that if there's one glitch, a lot of people are affected.
Well, that's right. And so now that was remedied fairly quickly. I mean,
2 hours.
Yeah, so that's fairly quickly given going from a worldwide grounding to, planes can fly again and up and running and feeling comfortable with that. That's a pretty quick turnaround, all things considered. And then a few hours later, we had the New York Stock Exchange shut down for nearly 4 hours due to another sort of technical glitch that was kind of not really disclosed. I mean, part of this is trying to explain information technology in quick sound bites on a cable news station or a broadcast is a bit challenging. So that's part of it too. One kind of nice, succinct explanation and addressing the issue of any possibility of this being a terrorist attack was offered, specifically in the New York Stock Exchange shutdown, was offered by former SEC Commissioner Laura Unger on CNBC yesterday.
The last time there was a decision to close the market was September 11th that I know of, and we were concerned about letting parts of the market operate without parts of the market. I think the good news today is that can happen without there being a huge loss in investor confidence once you know that it's not a cyber attack.
Right.
It made me think they should go back to the days where they do trading with pen and paper.
The open outcry.
With the little tickets.
Well, the irony, right, is that it was just last week that the open outcry pits at the CME went dark permanently. The New York Stock Exchange said they were experiencing connectivity problems that were preventing some of its customers from getting acknowledgments on orders submitted with respect to some 220 stocks yesterday. And so just, the timing of this with United Airlines and the New York Stock Exchange.
And then Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, having substantial problems on the same day. Right, the Journal
But
as well.
stocks were already trading low. But considering what was happening in China, I thought, this is not going to end well. But we still don't know the heart of the problem, what exactly happened. I mean, with United, you can kind of explain it because it's their merger with Continental, and they've had, a similar situation June 2nd. But with the New York Stock Exchange, I'm going to need more information.
Yeah, well, we'll put turnkey.pro on the case, and they'll flesh out the technical aspect of it. But the issue is more one of our reliance on technology. I mean, we talk about our susceptibility to terrorist attacks. There's been a lot of talk over the years about kind of an electromagnetic pulse attack that would disable our electrical grid, disable systems like we're talking about here that drive airline travel, that drive commerce, frankly.
Yeah, United Airlines lost tens of thousands of dollars yesterday. So for them, I mean, it's going to hit them hard in the pocket. But what when our ATMs go down, when online banking goes down, when people just start grabbing money out of your account, when it goes crazy, that's why you have to have a backup plan. That's why you should store cash in your house somewhere. You might want to get yourself a gun. You might want to stock up on water and food.
Okay, doomsday prepper. You might want to build a shelter in your backyard.
You
might want to put knives in your door jams. I mean, what are you talking about?
Well,
you go from the tending to I can see why you have this like kind of affinity for Trump. I know you don't like some of the things he said, but this affinity for Trump because you like go from one absolute to the other. It's never this. It's always that. It's we go from this incident to
I'm saying if it can
end of
happen to the
days.
airlines, it could happen to the banks. It could happen to the ATM machines.
Yeah, nothing is fail safe in this world.
Yeah, that's the problem. So. Diversify. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I've prepared myself in ways I'm not ready to disclose here, but if something happens, I will be able to protect myself and my family.
Oh my goodness. I've prepared myself in ways I'm not allowed to disclose, but you're ready to are you going to take off on a spaceship?
No, that's not an option for me.
Are you and your family going to bury yourselves in a time capsule?
No. But we have a plan. We have a plan in case cell phones go down. I mean, it will happen someday. And you have to be prepared.
Somebody has seen World War Z one too many times.
Human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Bats out in Baltimore. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. A soggy, damp start to your Thursday morning and some patchy fog in areas. But we will have some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 74 degrees. Then tomorrow, Friday, partly sunny skies. Beautiful, a high of 79. Let's see where the cars are and if the slick roadways are affecting the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. We've got rain. We've got fog, so you will want to allow some extra following distance. No crashes, thankfully, to report right now. It's getting a little heavy on the inbound Rhine, the inbound Bishop Ford Freeway, and the usual places. We're not seeing any significant congestion just yet. It's just building up a bit. There's still some overnight road work in place despite the rain. Westbound 390 from Beach and Plum Grove, got a left lane closure. Also on the outbound Rhine, starting at Garfield, there's a left lane closure. A little work on the southbound Tri-State around Crawford, the westbound Adams Tollway around Bussey. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Have you ever questioned whether your money is in the right place or thought that maybe you should be doing something different? Tune in Sunday mornings at 10 to In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos, founder and CEO of Wealth Management Group, LLC, right here on AM 560, The Answer. Visit them online at investwithwmg.com. That's investwithwmg.com.
You want to feel connected, informed, included, inspired. So when important things happen, we're here. Your local radio and TV broadcasters. America's #1 source for news, weather, and information on your radio, TV, computer, tablet, and smartphone. We are broadcasters, always here for you, wherever here may be. Tell Washington local stations matter by texting radio to 52886. Furnished by NAB and this station. Message and data rates may apply.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Are you willing to pay more for life insurance than you should? Well, did you know you could save as much as 70% on term life insurance? Hi, I'm Brent Langdon for AIG Direct. We partnered with American General Life to find you their most affordable rates on term life insurance products. And I mean affordable. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. Call 1-800-600-7214. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how much we could save you. It only takes 5 minutes, and you could save up to 70%, and the call is absolutely free. Call 1-800-600-7214. That's 1-800-600-7214.
AM 560, The Answer.
You think I'm crazy. I'm not that crazy, but I have a plan. Oh, thank you for the song.
Yeah,
That's very
Gnarls
nice.
Barkley, appropriate.
No,
yeah,
but it-
I have a plan that I can't disclose.
Well,
okay.
What part I can disclose my kids, if everything goes to hell in a handbag. If you're at school, stay at school. I'll come and get you. If not, go home. If not, go to the church across the street. Go to Ann's. I have a whole list of where they should
Okay,
go.
well,
But I
that's-
always stick together. The
well,
two
that-
brothers should always stick together.
Yeah, okay, well that's reasonable, but the way you were talking about before
Well, I've got
sounded like and I have a feeling there's other things that you're not disclosing that come across as
odd.
much less reasonable, like you're going to be emergency evac in those black helicopters that are circling over your head. Greg and Schomburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
But Dan, she just might have to do it. In this case, I think Amy's actually got a point. You'll probably discuss the China stock market later in the show more extensively. But think about it. If they're going down the tubes and they've got to blame somebody, and they've got all these cyber people causing havoc in the country, that is a ripe, perfect storm that is brewing, in my estimation. Cause havoc here and then blame it all on us and then go after us.
Well, what does that mean? Yeah, we should prepare for a Chinese ground invasion?
But
Yes.
they'll get us.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Thanks,
for the
Greg.
call, Greg. I
But
not
what if
sure
they
I'm
jam
on
the
that,
cell phones,
that
the
boat.
ATMs? I mean, what if they get into the cell phone towers? They jam all of them. We have no communication with anybody.
Yeah, look, I mean,
No one has home lines anymore.
I like sci-fi as much as the next guy. I watch Wayward Pines. We're all going to go to Wayward Pines, Idaho, where we're all going to be put in pods. We're not going to be woken up until the fourth millennium, and we're going to live in this little town in Idaho, surrounded by kind of hybrid human beings that have devolved over the intervening 2 millennia. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm on board, right? I mean, for sci-fi, that is.
Right.
I'm not on board to live my life preparing for the zombie attack, for the undead, or for a Chinese ground invasion. I mean, I appreciate that we need to have border security and Department of Defense and our national security people should be monitoring these situations. But, I mean, at the granular level, meaning, average Joe six-pack and Sally housecoat, like us two here, a little bit over the top for me.
But I didn't have a plan until I had kids. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to have to protect them. And that's when I came up with my plan, my grandioso plan.
I'm not opposed to protecting children.
Okay.
I think that makes
No, I
sense.
know, but
My question is the particulars of your plan, particularly those specifics that have gone undisclosed to this point. I wonder how that would fare in Greg's mind. Yeah, exactly. All right. They're out there.
They're coming. Kill, kill, kill.
Well, now you're mixing all kinds
Kinds
of
of
kill,
movies.
kill, kill. That's
Remember
Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th, yeah.
Yeah.
Murder.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Sounds very much like your escape plan. You're conflating slasher films with the X-Files with. Okay. All right. In other news,
Real news.
yeah, Baltimore
Somebody's looking for a JOB this morning, huh?
Mayor SRB fired Police Commissioner AWB. We go by acronyms in Baltimore. Anthony Batts, who I thought was one of the more reasonable voices during the riots of thugs in Baltimore. Anthony Batts, who's arrived in Baltimore 3 years ago, is out. Stephanie Rawlings Blake said he had become, quote, a distraction that hindered efforts to fight a recent surge in violent crime.
Oh my gosh. Is he being used as a scapegoat or what? Wow.
The former, he is being used as a scapegoat. Yeah, I mean, now look, the surge in violent crime is an issue, but
Well, that's a fact. I mean,
Yeah.
those are facts. And the homicide rate has gone up. That's a fact.
yeah,
And police involvement in shootings has gone down because of what happened with Freddie Gray. That's a fact.
there have been 155 homicides in Baltimore this year, 50 more during the same period last year. Non-fatal shootings have nearly doubled. So you've got a 33% spike almost in homicides. And but interestingly, though, half the killings occurred after May 1. So this unrest that now the cameras are no longer there, but the unrest continues.
Well,
I wonder, that kind of accountability with those kind of disturbing numbers. I wonder if we could bring that to Chicago. Maybe, according to this standard, Gary McCarthy should be gone, shouldn't he?
Well, I heard from a source in Baltimore yesterday that police are scared to do their jobs because they're afraid of being charged with a crime, of having a civil lawsuit.
Yeah, the Ferguson
And their hands
effect.
are tied, yeah.
Now,
so that's why, but maybe this police commissioner could have rallied the troops and said, keep doing your jobs, we'll protect you. But there's this level of fear in the department, and it's a personal decision that each police officer makes, whether or not to pull the trigger or just see something and leave it alone, or to stop and do something.
Yeah, let me rewind to the crux of the issue in Baltimore during the riots. Who gave the stand-down order? Who told police to not be proactive, to just stand back and give the rioters a safe space to riot? Who was that? Was that Anthony Batts?
No.
That was Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake. So you had civilian leadership that failed, civilian leadership that, as you put it, tied the hands of police. And now Anthony Batts is the fall guy for catastrophic decisions made by Stephanie Rawlings Blake, because she's certainly not going to get fired, at least not till the next election. And she's not going to resign. And certainly in the grand tradition of liberal politicians running major urban cities, she's not going to take accountability for the decisions that she made. And so somebody's got to be the fall guy so she can pretend she's doing something about the unrest that she fomented, at least exacerbated.
Yeah, it was a strange. I don't know if you watched the press conference, but when Batts resigned, he got a little, melancholy and said he was honored to serve the citizens and residents of Baltimore, and it seemed that he had a working relationship with Stephanie Rawlings Blake, but she had no choice, I guess, because the homicide rate was going so high, and they need change. But I don't know if this interim guy is going to do any better. He's the former deputy police commissioner, Kevin Davis. I know some officers in the department, they just don't want him to become the permanent police chief or police commissioner.
I'm not interested in the personnel decisions in the Baltimore Police Department. I'm interested in how this example is illustrative of what's going on in this country writ large. And this is the highlight. Miss Rawlings Blake, Mayor SRB, said that this is not the time for finger pointing and politics, as she finger pointed and played politics. I'll tell you what, she's got a lot of upside political potential in this country based on everybody I see getting elected, play in places like Chicago, and then who we export from Chicago to Washington, D.C. We may be talking about President SRB one day in the not too distant future.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one, I was happy with it, so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. They'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. see, and you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
I was coming out of the hardware store when I saw him. An old man, late 70s, hunched over in the freezing rain, no hat on his head, limping across that slippery parking lot, and pushing a row of shopping carts toward the cart corral. It's heartbreaking. Millions of hardworking Americans simply don't have enough money to retire, so they just keep working and working and working until it's too late. Hi, I'm Chad Stubbs, President and CEO of PowerTrader, and I believe that's just plain wrong. That's why I'm now distributing to the public absolutely free copies of PowerTrader's game-changing book on how regular folks can make the money they need to retire fast. For your free copy, call 1-800-400-0360. Don't let the lack of money rob you of your retirement. Call now for details and get your free copy of this book before it's too late. 1-800-400-0360. But hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-0360. 1-800-400-0360.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
CNN Hillary gal pal Brianna Keeler does a postmortem on her interview with Hillary. If only she would have been as tough on Hillary during the interview as she was in the postmortem. We'll have it at 5:35.
And at 5:45, it looks like the Confederate flag in South Carolina is coming down. You'll hear from either a compassionate politician or is she just bat crazy? You can decide. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Rain showers across the area. Winds out of the north at 9. A cool start to the day. And Greece's government racing to finalize a plan of reforms for its third bailout. Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras has been meeting today with finance ministry officials requesting a new 3-year aid program. After 13 hours of debate, the South Carolina House voted to remove the Confederate flag from the state capitol's front lawn.
It's not about Jenny Horn. It's about the people of South Carolina who have demanded that this symbol of hate come off of the State House grounds.
The latest effort to remove the flag began after 9 black churchgoers, including State Senator Clemente Pinckney, were gunned down during a Bible study at the historic Emmanuel African Episcopal Church in Charleston last month. Governor Nikki Haley has promised to sign the bill quickly. This morning, FIFA bans one of its former members for life. American Chuck Blazer has been banished from all soccer-related activity after his involvement with the U.S.-led investigation into FIFA's corruption scandal. It's not taking Republicans on Capitol Hill long to counter Hillary Clinton's claim that she was not subpoenaed over using a private email server.
The secretary had a failure of recollection yesterday and said that she'd never been subpoenaed. She was subpoenaed in March.
South Carolina Republican Trey Gowdy, chairman of the House Select Committee on Benghazi, says he has no choice but to release a copy of that subpoena. Things back to normal for United Airlines, the New York Stock Exchange, and the Wall Street Journal today. A big change from yesterday when computer systems crashed at all 3 companies. Technical issues to blame. Southwest Airlines says no one was hurt after one of its planes aborted takeoff at Midway Airport due to a mechanical issue. The plane was headed to Boston's Logan Airport when one of the plane's engines reportedly caught fire. An Illinois House committee has endorsed a $2.3 billion stopgap budget plan in Springfield. Governor Bruce Rauner says he will oppose it. Chicago sports last night. Well, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. St. Louis comes back on a Johnny Peralta home run in the 9th inning to beat the Cubs 6-5, and Adam Eaton's home run in the 11th was a White Sox winner as the Southsiders beat Toronto 7-6. The news service of Spot Hero for an easier commute. Download Spot Hero. Spot Hero helps you score discounted parking all over the city. Download the Spot Hero app and get $10 in free parking credit with promo code Radio560. Promo code Radio560. 5:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Why do you care that Bruce Jenner had his face reconstructed? Why do you care that Bruce Jenner has fake boobs? Why do you care?
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's not Bruce Jenner that I care about. It's a country that's all wrapped up in Bruce Jenner. It's a country that even gives a damn who the Kardashians are. It's a country that will descend into chaos and tyranny. You see, that's why I care. Because that's where we're headed.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
This week at Whole Foods Market, get juicy organic blueberries for $3.98 a pint. Stock up on healthy at Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group.
5:35, time to take comfort with Air Comfort. And time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Traffic volume is fairly light. Roads are wet. Speeds are reduced somewhat. In some areas, there's a little fog this morning. On the Stevenson inbound, it's stop and go from just past First Avenue to before Harlem. There's a crash just reported there. Right now, it's just a 2 or 3 minute delay, but we'll keep an eye on that. No word yet of any lane closures. Inbound Ryan, got about a 4 or 5 minute delay from Stevenson into the Burn Circle, Bishop Ford. About a 5 minute delay from 103rd to the Merge. Still some overnight road work in place, including on the Adams Tollway in both directions near Bussey. The left lane is closed until 6 a.m. Traffic is a service of Spot Hero. For an easier commute, download Spot Hero. Spot Hero helps you score discounted parking all over the city. Download the Spot Hero app, get $10 in free parking credit with promo code Radio560. That's Spot Hero with promo code, Radio560. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, patchy fog this morning. Clouds will break for some sun this afternoon, high 74. Partly cloudy and 60 overnight. Rain and 60 at O'Hare. Next news at 6, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, powered by Tandem HR and sponsored by Everett College Funding. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson, good morning. So, Tuesday night we had the Brianna Keeler. I don't know who she is either, so don't feel bad.
She's a senior CNN political correspondent.
Right, exactly. She's irrelevant, right? I don't know. I always confuse her with Don Lemon. So she did the interview with Hillary Clinton, the first one since Hillary announced 90 days. Gal pal Hillary. The two gals dished, talked a little campaign.
I like yesterday how you compared it to watching The View.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was, except less intelligent. And then Brianna Keeler went on CNN, her network there, her employer, yesterday to do the postmortem. Talk about what we learned from the Hillary interview, because it was so textured, so layered. We had to have Brianna explain it to us. It's such a Frost Nixon moment with Brianna Keeler and Hillary Clinton, hardly. All right, so after Brianna Keeler's her interview style, I described yesterday as basically, here's a topic, talk. So emails,
go.
Talk.
Carpet,
all right.
go. Lamp.
Trustworthiness, talk. Real hard-hitting stuff, and no follow-ups, despite the many prevarications that it came out of Hillary Clinton's mouth.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Well, no questions about foreign policy issues or about the Clinton Foundation. It was all on the
the Clinton
up and up.
Foundation.
Oh,
The
that
Cl-
that thing.
The Clinton Foundation has done good work, and that's all I have to say about it. Okay, great. Moving on. That's essentially what the discussion about the Clinton Foundation
How's your
was.
relationship with Bill? What it's like to be a grandmother? I mean, if you're going to throw softball questions to get to know somebody, that's where I would have started.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
she didn't even do that.
After 25 years in public view, you know what we need to do? We need to get to know Hillary Clinton.
Well,
That's the problem.
I don't know her. I don't know her because
What
she
are you
doesn't let.
talking about?
I'm just saying, if you're going to throw softball questions at the person you're interviewing, you might want to ask them about their personal. How's your relationship with your husband? What's it like being a grandmother? You know, so that you get to know who, if they have any empathy, sympathy. You know, if they're real, if they're human. But she didn't even do that.
Yeah, I think we know the quality of humanity that is contained within Hillary Clinton. But here's Brianna Keeler doing the postmortem on her interview.
No, I didn't hear a more open or transparent Hillary Clinton. I heard her not engaging on the issue of Bernie Sanders. He's a self-described Democratic socialist. And I asked her, why is he garnering this support, this enthusiasm that you don't seem to among Democrats? She wouldn't engage on that. Even on this concern about if she were to face off against Jeb Bush, and there would be this dynastic race between a Bush-Clinton that we haven't seen in 25 years when her husband ran for president. She wouldn't engage on that. She was very quick to move on that. And then the big issue, I think, has to do with her trust. She insists that voters should and do trust her, but at the same time, we see in our recent poll that nearly 6 in 10 Americans say they don't find her honest or trustworthy. That's very significant.
It's almost like she is describing an interview that she did not conduct.
Yeah. That she's having an outer body experience.
Well, all of these things, all of this pushback, when Hillary said, I think people should and do trust me, maybe that was the point that an enterprising reporter would say, well, our poll has 6 in 10 Americans saying they don't trust you. So what do you make of that?
Well,
but there's no even basic follow-up like that in her interview. This analysis that she provides is comical.
Well, and on the issue of trust, I mean, during the interview, Hillary said she never received a subpoena for her emails on Benghazi.
Well, that's one of the lies.
That is one of the lies, because
she
then
never
John
received
Boehner...
she never received an email, a subpoena regarding emails.
Right.
And we know that she has been subpoenaed with respect to Benghazi.
And John Boehner tweeted out, brilliant on his part, hashtag breaking, here's the subpoena Hillary Clinton told CNN she never had. Oh, it's dated 3/4/15.
Yes.
So that was just one of the lies. I mean, she's talking about trust, but yet she's lying during the interview.
She also said, I only used one device with respect to emails. And we know that she used multiple devices. I mean, these are little lies, but you know, they add up to big lies. You know, I mean, it's just it was one thing after the other in terms of her misstatements, her untruths, and Brianna Keeler had that opportunity, you know, to interview her, and maybe these critiques that she provides after the fact would have been better served to have been included in the conversation she had with her pal Hillary.
I just have to play it again, her question about Hillary's emails.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Everything I did was permitted. There was no law, there was no regulation, there was nothing that did not give me the full authority to decide how I was going to communicate. Now, I didn't have to turn over anything. I chose to turn over 55,000 pages. And now I think it's kind of fun. People get a real-time, behind-the-scenes look at, you know, what I was emailing about and what I was communicating about.
Wearing warm socks, as you said to John Podesta.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's her follow-up.
Working a fax machine.
Yeah, a secure fax machine, which is harder to work than the regular.
Giggle, 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 instead of the follow-up that, you know, Brianna Keeler, analyst, is providing in her postmortem. Also, the point about she went above and beyond what was expected of her with respect to turning over emails. Well, we had new email surface in June that had not been turned over to the Benghazi committee, suggesting that either Clinton had lied about turning all of the remaining emails over to the State Department, or the State Department, for some reason, didn't turn all the relevant emails over to the Benghazi committee. So, I mean, there's so much to unpack there, and it was such an opportunity, even 20 minutes, even just to focus on a couple of issues and to try and get more from Hillary. But of course, when you're in the tank for Hillary, you're not going to do that, and she didn't.
She did ask her about sanctuary cities, and she said we should no longer have sanctuary cities, and that was it. And she didn't follow up with immigration.
Maybe she should
border
have
security,
right,
anything. ISIS. How should we combat ISIS?
Well, follow up to say, wait a second. You oppose sanctuary cities now? You previously advocated for them, number one. Number two, you have said that President Obama's executive amnesty doesn't go far enough. So reconcile those two statements. Now, that would have been an interesting interview. That would have been interesting to see Hillary squirm, because it turns out Hillary is not particularly adept on her feet. She's not a particularly good candidate or a good communicator. So it was a real opportunity. But again, those opportunities are going to be missed. Brianna Keilar was selected for a reason to do this interview, and they're pals.
Yeah, because her best friend is one of Hillary Clinton's aides.
So right, so we don't want to upset anybody. I mean, it's only the presidency of the United States, so let's just play nice and let's help Hillary along. We know she needs the help. Now, turning to more scintillating interviews, even despite the subject, we had Donald Trump weigh in yesterday on a range of topics with his normal bombast and hyperbole.
Yeah, Katie Tur, also of NBC, sat down with Donald Trump for an interview, and it's making news today because he's claiming that he is absolutely loved by the Mexican people.
So do you think that they're
by the way, I'm not Nazi. I have great relationship with the Mexican people. I have many people working for me. You can look at the job in Washington. I have many legal immigrants working for me. Many of them come from Mexico. They love me. I love them. And I'll tell you something. If I get the nomination, I'll win the Latino vote. I will win it because I'm going to create jobs.
Yeah, dime la verdad. Yeah, he's going to win the Latino vote.
Doggy afuera.
And here's his plan. At least he talked about a plan for defeating ISIS.
Do you have a plan for ISIS?
I do have a plan, actually.
What is it?
With ISIS, you kill them at the head. You take the oil. That's where they're getting their money. If you bomb the hell out of it, you bomb the hell out of it. You've got to stop their wealth. They have tremendous wealth. I'm talking about oil.
He's talking about oil. He wants to get their oil. But Obama, I mean, he said, when he was at the Pentagon the other day, that he's already targeting ISIS oil fields and their supply lines.
Yeah, no, he's doing a bang-up job.
Yeah, and it's working. But one part that I just want to quickly get in here. When was the last time you were at the border, Donald Trump? When were you there? When were you on the front lines?
When was the last time you were at the border?
I've been to the border probably 3 or 4 times over the years, and I have many people that live around the area.
His people.
I'm going to Arizona this weekend where they want to talk to me because Arizona is, and somebody said I'm the most popular person in Arizona because of my stance. And I'm going to be there this weekend.
When was the last time that you were there?
Probably 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
He's the most popular person in Arizona. He's the most beloved figure among Latinos. He's the greatest job creator God ever created. It is just one silly statement after the other. I mean, I'm getting to the point. I mean, really I am, and he's only been in for a couple of weeks that I just don't even want to talk about him anymore because it's so silliness.
But thank you for letting me play that.
And by the way, for those Trump supporters, there's an interesting piece Eric Erickson penned in Red State today. He makes the point, look, on background, if we ever get to the stage where we have to take him seriously, he'll be destroyed because people are not privy, not paying attention to who Donald Trump has been. Donald Trump has been on record supporting a Canadian-style universal health care system. He received several deferments to avoid the Vietnam War. His company has hired illegal aliens. Of course, we know about his bankruptcies. He's also given hundreds of thousands of dollars to Democrats and their causes.
And how many times has he been married? I mean, he's kind of a professional marriager at this point in time.
Yeah, because he's just a celebutant. So all of these substantive problems that Donald Trump would have as a candidate, they'll ultimately, as needed, come to the fore. The point Erickson makes, though, what Donald Trump is doing is he's running against the Republican Party, and this is why he has had an initial burst. It's not just his bombast. It's not just his position on immigration. It's the perception among a lot of base Republican voters that Boehner and McConnell are in the tank for Obama, that they're not putting in the fight, and they see Trump as someone who will put in the fight. So he's running against kind of the Republican establishment, and that is instructive to some of the other candidates. So there's a point to be made there, but I got to say I'm in the Charles Krauthammer camp.
Well, he's repeating himself. You know, I'm like Jab on this. I'm done. Now the man's specialty to suck oxygen. I'm going to be breathing fresh air.
His specialty is to suck oxygen. Let's all breathe some fresh air.
you're fired.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, while you were sleeping, the South Carolina House voted to take down the Confederate flag. We'll have the latest. But first, here's your forecast. Patchy fog this morning. Otherwise, by this afternoon, mostly cloudy. Some peaks of sunshine, a little bit warmer than yesterday. A high of 74 degrees. Then tonight, no rain in the forecast. And tomorrow, partly sunny skies. It looks terrific. Warmer. A high of 79. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Stevenson inbound. It's stop and go from before First Avenue to Harlem with a crash in the left lane. And there's a brief delay as well, Pulaski to Kedzie. It's about 41 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 5 to 34. Edens, Kennedy, still good. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First. That's a 2 or 3 minute delay. Inbound Ryan, now 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, delays start past 130th. It's 25 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. I-57 just a little heavy, approaching the merge. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hi, this is Kelly Mickley from Executive Green Carpet Cleaning. Our family started serving homes and businesses in the Chicagoland area 25 years ago because we knew there was a better way. Let us show you what clean really looks like. With our unique system that uses purified water, your carpet will look brighter, stay cleaner longer, and will be dry in just a few hours. I guarantee you will be completely satisfied or you don't pay. That is my promise to you. Our green certified products are safe for your family and pets. Schedule your appointment online today at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. This month, we are offering our radio listeners 3 rooms for $139, plus a free bottle of spot cleaner. Again, schedule online on your time when it's convenient for you at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com and enter promo code RADIO or call us at 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Give your carpet the executive treatment with Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. CPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP, and right now you can try it risk-free for 21 days by calling 1-800-500-4833. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Transcend's smallest and most advanced portable design ever, the mini CPAP is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call CPAP.com now for your 21-day in-home trial. 1-800-500-4833. That's 1-800-500-4833.
I'm Steve Sidkowski, a former Wall Street insider. I'm holding a book that will show you investing strategies which could help you earn the kind of money you've always dreamed about. And right now, I'm giving this book away for free. So who needs to read it? If you're in the middle of your career and worry you'll never have enough money to retire, you need to read this book. If you're already retired and your income isn't enough, you need to read this book. And if you don't want to be selling burgers at 80, you need to read this free book. It includes the strategy I use to make a 72% profit on a trade where the stock only moved 12%. You'll need at least $1 million to ever fully retire. If you're behind on that goal, you really need to read Trade Like the Pros. And you can for free by calling 1-800-708-4557. Skeptical that it will deliver results? It's a free book, so what do you have to lose? Find out how at 1-800-708-4557. 1-800-708-4557.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, we were talking about Hillary and Trump, two sides of the same coin. Let's go to Roosevelt and Midway. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Speaking of marriage, Amy, wasn't Donald Trump married to and the current wife and another wife? Weren't they foreigners, and did they marry him for his papers?
I think they married him for the paper of money
That's
rather than legal status papers.
No, I think Milani. They think they were citizens, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, even if they weren't citizens, once they get married, they could apply for
No,
citizenship.
I know, but that's what
Yeah.
the point Roosevelt
Well,
is making.
he's a professional marriager. I mean, he's
a professional marriager.
I-
Okay.
I just made up a word.
Thanks for the call,
It's an
Roosevelt.
adverb now. It's Well, how many wives has he had? 4 or 5?
I don't keep track of these things. I remember Ivana. I remember Marla Maples. I think there was someone else in between there, and then Milani.
Milani is his current. She's a model, right?
I don't know.
You want her as the first lady? Hmm?
I'm a little bit more worried about the principal. Oh, and by the way, to one of
Yes.
I'll give airtime to our Trump
Yes,
supporters.
please
Out of
do.
respect. One of our Trump supporters from 708. Hey, Dan, Trump is in first in North Carolina poll. You're right. He's just
He
a
is.
clown. I know. I am right. He is just a clown.
But he
And,
is in
if
first
you-
place. That's a fact.
Oh, I understand what his numbers are in the surveys. Those are fleeting. So enjoy them while they last, because they won't.
All right. So last night, while you were all sleeping, the House members in South Carolina deliberated well into the night. It took 14 hours of passionate and contentious debate over whether or not to take down that flag. But the final vote, 93-27, to take it down.
Yeah, real tight vote. I mean, this is just everybody has to have their say so they can be on the record.
Or on TV.
Yeah, but
And-
it's some combination of the two. This is just pontificating by legislators. This was a fait accompli. Give me a break.
Here's State Rep Jenny Horn. She's a Republican from a smaller town up in northern South Carolina, and she got a little emotional.
I cannot believe that we do not have the heart in this body to do something meaningful, such as take a symbol of hate off these grounds on Friday. And if any of you vote to amend, you are ensuring that this flag will fly beyond Friday. And for the widow of Senator Pinckney and his 2 young daughters, that would be adding insult to injury. And I
So
will
is the
not
speech.
be a part of it.
Oh, good grief.
There's more.
I
don't know if you want to hear it, but then she was taken away
pontificating-
in a straitjacket.
Yeah, right.
She was.
Pontificating didn't quite capture that speech. Wow, I was underselling it.
Oh, but now the bill goes to, if there's a small procedure that they have to go through, but the bill goes to Governor Haley's desk by tomorrow or later today. And then by tomorrow, they're hoping to take it down off the state lawn.
And then we can put this topic to bed.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. 800-489-0201.
Have you put off seeing the dentist because you can't afford to go? Are big dental bills taking a big toll on your wallet? Would you like to have dental insurance but think it's too expensive? If you answered yes to any of these questions, call Physicians Mutual Insurance Company for a free information kit. See how you can help protect your teeth and your wallet for less than $1 a day. 1-800-944-5953. This is real dental insurance that can help cover over 300 procedures, all the ones you're most likely to need. Everything from cleanings and fillings to crowns and dentures. Your acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies, even if you're retired or on Medicare. You can see any dentist you choose, and you'll never pay a deductible. Call in the next 10 minutes, and we'll rush you a free information kit with all the details. 1-800-944-5953. That's 1-800-944-5953. 1-800-944-5953. 5953.
What puts your identity at risk? Did you swipe your debit card at the gas station? Identity thieves can place skimming devices on the payment terminals. Do you use public Wi-Fi? Identity thieves are known to set up shop around Wi-Fi hotspots, hoping to cash in on your personal information. Do any online banking? Go to the doctor? LifeLock reminds us that banks and health insurers are susceptible to breaches of your private information. But don't stop living your life. Get LifeLock Ultimate Plus Identity Theft Protection. LifeLock Ultimate Plus helps protect your social security number, bank and retirement accounts, credit cards, even the equity in your home. Obviously, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor transactions at every business, but you only have one identity. Protect it with the best. Enroll with LifeLock in minutes, and your protection starts immediately. Visit LifeLock.com now and use promo code AWARE or call and mention AWARE to save 10% on your membership. Call 800-520-9106. 800-520-9106. 800-520-9106.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed law 50 states and MLS number 3030.
I have to get to sleep.
Tom had a stressful day, and now he can't shut down at bedtime.
Need sleep.
To fall asleep fast, millions of people turn to Unisom sleep gels. They're non-habit forming and quickly help you sleep soundly so you wake recharged. Tom? Unisom sleep gels. A stressful day deserves a restful night. Use as directed. Active ingredient diphenhydramine hydrochloride.
A Chicago teen found dead inside an abandoned school, and a House committee approves a temporary state budget. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The Confederate flag won't fly at South Carolina's state capitol much longer. Lawmakers voted early this morning to take it down. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
During a long debate, Democrat State Representative Caesar McKnight says in the days after the shooting of 9 people at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, the flag's presence upset many.
We had the flag of the United States, and we had our state flag at half-mast. But do you know what flag did not lower?
The bill should be on Governor Nikki Haley's desk by the end of the day. After it's signed, the flag has to come down within 24 hours, Dave.
Tanya, Greece is on deadline to try to resolve its cash crunch, needing to submit a new bailout proposal to the Europeans today. Fox News Radio's Simon Owens live in Athens.
The Greek Prime Minister and his advisors working on a plan promising to reform the economy here in Greece, a plan which will then be considered by European creditors. Does it go far enough to make them hand over bailout cash to keep Greece from bankruptcy? One additional twist, a newspaper here says the reforms may have cut much deeper than previously predicted because the Greek economy has been hit hard by the instability of recent weeks. Dave.
Simon, Baltimore's fired its police commissioner. Anthony Batts got the boot as homicides spiked and arrests dropped in the 2+ months since the death of a black man in police custody sparked protests and riots.
We will continue to take guns off of our streets. We will continue our focus on repeat violent offenders.
That's Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake. White people in California are now outnumbered by a minority.
The figures released from the U.S. Census Bureau say as of July of last year, 14.99 million Latinos live in California compared to 14.92 million white people. The gap will likely widen further in the coming years.
That's Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. On Wall Street, futures are rising today, suggesting a rebound from yesterday's big sell-off as the Chinese stock market surged overnight. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Light rain showers and 62 degrees in Chicago. A gray start to the morning. Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Southwest Airlines says no one was hurt after one of its planes aborted takeoff at Midway Airport due to a mechanical issue. The airline says 143 passengers exited via air stairs and returned to the terminal. The plane was headed to Boston's Logan Airport when reports say one of the engines caught fire. United Airlines says it has fixed a computer problem that forced it to ground flights across the country for 2 hours on Wednesday morning. United says they're still feeling the impact of yesterday's worldwide ground stop.
We have thousands of coworkers across the system working hard to get back on track as we've resolved the issues.
Chicago companies letting customers change their travel plans without the usual $200 reservation change fee. An Illinois House committee has endorsed a $2.3 billion stopgap budget plan, but the governor is opposing it. Republican Governor Bruce Rauner would not say Wednesday whether he would veto that temporary budget plan. He released what he said were compromises on his business climate reforms and said lawmakers must adopt them before discussing any tax increase that Democrats prefer. Police are investigating after a Chicago teen was found dead in an abandoned high school in Gary. Police say an anonymous phone call led officers to discovering Conita Richardson at the abandoned Emerson High School on Tuesday. A new coroner's examination of a dead boy's X-ray is casting doubt on the 2009 conviction of a Carpentersville woman for his murder. AM 560's David Stewart reports the cause of the child's death is being reclassified as undetermined.
Melissa Kalazinski was convicted of causing 16-month-old Benjamin Kingan's death at the Lincolnshire Daycare Center where she worked by slamming him to the ground. She even confessed after 10 hours of police interrogation, but quickly recanted. Now, 6 years into her 31-year sentence, the new Lake County coroner, Thomas Rudd, says she should be freed and given a new trial. He says a newly discovered X-ray, not given to defense attorneys for the trial, shows the boy's death was from a previous injury that happened before Kalazinski began to work at that daycare. The case is back in court in September. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago sports. White Sox were winners in the 11th inning thanks to an Adam Eaton home run, 7-6 over Toronto. St. Louis, on a Johnny Peralta 9th inning home run, beat the Cubs 6-5. The news, a service of QuickBooks Connect Chicago. Introducing QuickBooks Connect Chicago, a big event to help grow your small business with workshops, speakers, and networking. All happening July 16th at the Garrity. Register free, promo code LOCAL at QuickBooksLocal.com. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't believe the United States should have anything to do with Cuba.
Are you proud? I'm curious. Are you proud of this president for doing this? Do you think that this is going to have a moral impact upon the Cuban state? Tell me. If I thought there was a chance that it did, I would be for it. But it seems to me that all the dollars that will now go in will help prop up the regime.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
And now another golf confessional brought to you by Golfsmith. A woman told us she was fed up with constantly playing on the course right behind the same slow group. So she went to Golfsmith and picked up high-velocity Callaway XR woods. The way she sees it, if she can't make them play faster, a few balls whizzing by at 100 miles an hour might. Hurry into Golfsmith in the Chicago South Loop today to get the best of the season and save enough on the Callaway XR woods to play another round. Golfsmith, anything for golf.
Eating uncontrollably during a binge. Eating far more than others would in a similar situation. Eating and then feeling terrible. Binging at least weekly for 3 months. Sound familiar?
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. I got to achieve my Grand Slam title, but off the tennis court, my binge eating was just uncontrollable. My doctor said it was binge eating disorder. There is hope.
Adults, get the full symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor.
Sponsored by Shire.
6:06, it's time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort. And time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Madison, eastbound 30 on the ramp to northbound I-57. There was a crash, though the ramp is open. The Edens and the Kennedy remain delay-free for now. Inbound Eisenhower, though, it's slow from Manheim to Harlem. 36 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 31. Inbound Stevenson has delays from Harlem to Kedzie. 41 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38 with a crash past Central in the left lane. Inbound Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 22 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 28. Delays start around 130th. The traffic is slower because of the rain. Tollway still fairly light, and traffic is a service the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council. Understanding your finances is a key to a strong financial future. Don't be the one who gets left behind. Visit feedthepig.org for tools and tips to get started on the path to financial stability. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, patchy fog for the morning, otherwise clouds break for some sun. High 74. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low 60. Then tomorrow, clouds and sun with a high 79. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
58 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Donald Trump surging in Republican primary polls even as he loses business deals. Trump doubling down today in the interview with NBC's Katie Tur, backing up his comments that have sparked so much controversy.
Well, he's repeating himself. You know, I'm like Jeb on this. I'm done. The man's specialty to suck oxygen. I'm going to be breathing fresh air.
Term limits, redistricting reform, property tax freeze, as well as workers' comp reform and tort reform.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. A little programming note. Amy will be leaving the studio at the top of the 8 o'clock hour because Pam Geller is joining us, president of the American Freedom Defense Initiative.
Why?
She'll talk about cartoon contests and radical Islam. I know you don't want to be associated with her for fear of retribution.
Excuse me.
You won't go to a cartoon contest?
No, I would not go to a cartoon contest, but my thought on her has evolved. I used to think she was an agitator. Now I'm supporting her.
Oh.
Okay.
No, look, the evolution. All right. Okay, I guess then you can
No,
stay.
it took some time, but thanks, Dan.
Yeah,
thanks.
you can stay.
Let me know when you gong show me out of here,
Right.
okay?
Yeah. Ooh, boy. That's
I love that show.
Speaking of, we were talking earlier about people that have kind of conspiracy theories. Interesting that you would go to the Gong Show.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's more like from a Kurosawa film. That's not the Gong Show. All right, so state politics. Interesting developments yesterday, and with respect to the budget impasse. So it's been an eventful 48, 72 hours. First, we had, and we have, the fight over whether state workers will get paid for work performed during this period where there is no state budget in force, and you have Ronner and State Comptroller Munger on one side saying pay state workers for the work they perform, and Speaker Madigan and Attorney General Madigan on the other side saying, nope, can't do it under the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act. All we can do is pay certain hourly state employees the federal minimum wage plus any overtime, and of course we pay legislators and judges because they exempted themselves from these exigencies. Right. So that's one development. And then yesterday, Bruce Rauner came out and, politics is about leverage. And he is trying to employ some leverage to get Madigan either off the dime or to put him in a difficult place. And I think he's largely moving in that direction where Madigan has got to start feeling a bit uncomfortable because what Rauner proposed yesterday is a reintroduction of the component parts of his turnaround agenda, or at least the watered-down version of the component parts of his turnaround agenda, refile the bills that had not been acted upon, called on the General Assembly to discuss, debate, and vote these bills up or down because they haven't had a hearing and they haven't had an up or down vote in either chamber. And he also introduced kind of a newfangled pension reform proposal that incorporates a lot of what Senate President John Cullerton had previously proposed back 2 years ago before a different pension law was passed. Pension reform, quote unquote, was minor, but pension reform law legislation was passed, signed into law by Governor Quinn, ruled unconstitutional recently by the Illinois State Supreme Court. So he's incorporating what Cullerton wanted. With respect to Cook County and Chicago, he's incorporating in his pension proposal a lot of what Tony Preckwinkle and Tiny Dancer wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And then he proposes his kind of own consideration plan. This is the
This is essentially borrowing from the language of the Supreme Court. You need a consideration plan in order to pass constitutional muster. In other words, you have to put public sector employees in the position of choosing A or B.
Right.
So this is what he's done, and what he essentially told Madigan is, hey, act on the reform. I've demonstrated my willingness to try and work with the other side, as it were, on issues from pension reform to even the openness to revenue, meaning tax increases. And if you don't like what I'm proposing, then you just go ahead and pass your tax increase. You have the votes. You have supermajorities. Go ahead and pass your tax increase, and I can veto it, and you can override my veto because you have supermajorities. So he's put Madigan in an interesting position of, hey, either choose reform and constructively engage in reform, or you just go pass your tax increase and you own it, buddy.
All right, well, what I took away from yesterday was this massive pension overhaul. I mean, it's a lengthy bill. It's 500 pages, but it would cut retirement benefits for police officers, firefighters, and public teachers.
This bill reflects negotiations with the City of Chicago, with President Cullerton, many members of the General Assembly in both the Republican caucus as well as the Democratic caucus. What we've tried to do is incorporate the ideas of all the various leaders to create an opportunity for significant cost savings in the pension systems throughout the state of Illinois.
Yeah,
Can he do that, though? I mean,
don't read that Sun-Times headline. The Sun-Times headline, Rauner pension plan cuts benefits for cops, firefighters, and teachers. It's a bunch of nonsense. As usual, the reporters cover this, don't
help me
get
out with
it.
this, because my firefighter friends who listen to us every day, they don't understand.
Right,
They
so-
don't know how much is going to be cut from their pensions. They want the answer.
Here's what is being proposed, and this again is similar to what John Cullerton, the Democrat Senate president, proposed 2 years ago. It is a consideration plan. So it puts employees in the position of, for example, and this is a key part of it.
Okay.
You choose to keep your 3% COLA, your 3% cost of living adjustment, which is not a cost of living adjustment because we haven't had 3% inflation in many, many moons. So it really becomes a pay raise that compounds annually. And it's one of the reasons we have the largest unfunded
That's why
pension
we're in debt,
liability
yeah.
in the country. So you can keep your COLA, but any salary raises that you get from date certain, once this law would go into effect, would not be counted towards your pension. Or you can take a modified COLA, which would, I think, is 1/2 of CPI, and then you would have more flexibility with respect to salary increases, future salary increases, counting for your ultimate pension. So it's putting state employees and public sector workers more generally at the position of making some choices about what they want on a go-forward basis to bend the cost curve and start to bring the actuarial tables into line. The other things that Rauner proposed, one of the interesting wrinkles, just as an aside, and this is impactful on firefighters and police officers as well as teachers, there's a provision in what he proposed for local units of government to restructure their debt. Translation, bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy.
Right. And so it's not just municipalities, it's local units of government, which would include, for example, school districts.
Which means CPS. But
Well,
Rauner-
it doesn't just mean CPS.
It means
but
other school
but it's getting interesting. I mean, look at U46 in Elgin. That's a catastrophe. That is almost as badly managed, and almost in as bad a financial shape as Chicago, and that's the second largest school district in the state.
Wow. Well, what about raising of the taxes? So is this just political theater? That's what I'm. Because I voted for Rauner because he said he wasn't going to raise my taxes.
Well, he
didn't give an ultimatum, but he said that he's going to try not to raise our taxes.
He said two things. He said he was open to revenue in terms of broadening the sales tax. So he has said that, and he said that in the campaign.
Yes, the service tax.
He never closed the door on taxing pension income, which I think is a mistake, but let's just understand what he said and what he didn't say. He never closed that door. He didn't say he was going to do it, but he never closed the door. So those are two issues. In terms of the other revenue increases, what he's saying is, I'm open to this, but only if I get structural reform back. So
So this is a little bit of political theater.
Well, of course it is. It's always going to be a little bit of political theater because it's a political process. But the other thing, and this is important too, Rauner said, because this gives him some flexibility, so you got to listen to the words and understand how he's trying to position himself. he has said that he would get the state income tax back to 3%, back to the pre-2011 levels by the end of his first term. So it does leave, I don't think that this is the road they want to go down. I don't necessarily think it's the road they will go down, but it leaves him open to a temporary increase in the state income tax again.
But in exchange for that, would we get a permanent freeze on our property taxes?
Well, the property tax freeze thing is really complicated. Here's the problem with the property tax system in Illinois. And again, we should look to our neighboring states because, as per usual, they're doing a better job than we are. The only way you're going to have a true property tax freeze, get true property tax reform, is to move away from our fractional valuation system with the state equalization that is completely unintelligible. Stephen Hawking couldn't figure it out. And go
Don't present any numbers to me.
Right, and go to 100% market value. This is what Michigan and Indiana and Iowa done. Go to 100% market value and then freeze the property tax at market value until the home is sold. That's a real property tax freeze. Otherwise, you can't really freeze in the sense that people think when they hear property tax freeze, because you have, for example, debt servicing that needs to be done by local units of government, including school districts, where they go out and into the bond market and they're able to sell bonds based on this guaranteed revenue stream. So it's just more complicated than that. You can certainly bend the increases in your property taxes, but thinking, I'm in a property tax freeze, if that's passed, then my property taxes will not increase, is a little bit misleading, and it's because of our Byzantine property tax system. But that is one of the component parts of what Rauner wants to do.
How do you see
the pension thing is really interesting in what he did yesterday.
How do you see this ending?
Badly.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Can we get a summer do-over? Another day unseasonably cool, that's for sure. Foggy right now. So a light mist in the area. Mostly cloudy by this afternoon, a high of 74. Average high this time of year, the average is 85 degrees. Tonight, no rain in the forecast. And tomorrow, Friday, partly sunny. Get this, it will be a little bit warmer, highs in the upper 70s. Baby steps. Let's see with their baby steps on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. That's a good way to put it. Despite the weather doom and gloom and the rain and fog this morning, traffic in most places isn't really too bad. There are big delays on the inbound Bishop Ford Freeway. There's a crash at 159th. Two right lanes are blocked. Delays start at 8094, and then it was slow already, and then it's slow again from around 130th to the merge. So it's about 35 minutes from 8094 to the Rhine. Bishop Ford is one alternate, but it runs about 22 minutes from I-80 to the merge, and then the Rhine has 10 minutes worth of delays. Stevenson, outbound, there's a crash past Central in the left lane, so it's heavier outbound than inbound. 45 minutes, get from Lakeshore Drive to 355, inbound just about 42. It's fairly routine everywhere else. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Market volatility, high living costs, and taxes leave even wealthy investors baffled. Add the confusion of assets in multiple accounts scattered over years of investing, and it's no wonder people have no clue if they're on track to meet their financial goals. If this describes you, I can help. My name is Frank Williams, Senior Director Investments with Oppenheimer & Company Incorporated. With almost 30 years of experience in financial services, I'm offering AM 560 listeners with over $500,000 in investment assets a no-obligation private consultation. Let's discuss how to coordinate all your assets into one financial strategy that can help you address your financial goals and maintain your lifestyle. There's no sales hype or pressure. Please call me, Frank Williams, directly for your private consultation. I look forward to helping you.
Call Frank Williams at 312-360-5650. That's 312-360-5650. Oppenheimer & Company Inc. transacts business on all principal exchanges. Member SIPC.
It's summer, and you have a craving to try something new, to go somewhere different for dinner, and you want fresh, flavorful food. You're craving the authentic flavors of Mexico. There is a little paradise wedged between Bridgeport and Chinatown that will become a favorite spot. Carbone Live Fire Grill starts with the highest quality ingredients and marinades. They serve the freshest grilled vegetables, healthy black beans, and juiciest meats cooked to perfection over an open flame. Carbone Live Fire Mexican Grill knows their diners love the oversized portions of tender fire-grilled steak, marinated grilled chicken breasts, or fan favorite tortilla-encrusted tilapia tacos. Every bite is like being on vacation. Eat in or take out. Their amazing signature tacos and burritos will leave you craving more. Delivery and catering catering available. Visit Carbone, CARBONMEX.com. That's CarboneMex.com for locations and hours. And make sure you visit them at the Taste of Chicago running July 8th through the 12th.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, that wannabe black preacher in the body of a little white pipsqueak has filed a suit in Cook County Circuit Court. I'm talking, of course, about Father eye roll Flagler. He has filed suit. What does he call himself? The Coalition for Safe Chicago Communities. How's that going?
Hey, it's going better. To their credit, there was not one shooting in Inglewood the 4th of July weekend.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I'm
I
just
guess
saying
that's case
that's a
dismissed.
start. Okay. Well, that's a start,
Yeah.
Dan. That's good for them. Because
well-
last year they had 22 shootings in the same time period and 5 died.
Yeah, of course, citywide, since they're the Chicago Coalition for Safe
violence is-
Communities, wasn't a great weekend.
No.
Here they're going after 3 suburban gun shops. They're going after Chuck's Gun Shop in Riverdale, Midwest Guns in Lyons, and Shore Galleries in Lincolnwood. They're going after these 3 gun shops under a civil rights claim. I mean, it's kind of this is frivolous, but of course it is.
Well, it's going to be thrown out, right?
Allowing gun shops in their respective jurisdictions to sell guns in a manner that disproportionately jeopardizes the lives of African Americans, causes mental anguish and distress, diminishes the value of their homes and property. Illegal firearms flowing into a pocket of communities, violating the civil rights of the individuals who reside there, or afraid to go near their windows, let their children play in the park, much less their own yards. And so on and so forth. I am very sympathetic to people, law-abiding citizens who live in these shooting galleries. I am not sympathetic at all to this misdirection play so that Father Flagler can, try and be relevant and pretend that they're doing something. This will have all of the impact of the proverbial midnight vigil.
But how is
midnight
a gun
basketball.
shop? Yeah, how is a gun shop in Lincolnwood affecting life in Inglewood?
Well, I mean, they're essentially suggesting that these guns flow through these shops to criminals, that they're selling guns to criminals. But here's the problem.
Getting them from Indiana and Michigan.
Prove that. I haven't heard ATF raid any of these gun shops and say that they're not complying with federal and state law with respect to the sale of guns and associated equipment. So
because there's no there. I mean, those gun shop owners are law-abiding citizens. They know that some people in the community aren't happy that they're there, so they're extra cautious. And for him to file this lawsuit, it's a waste of time on his part.
Well, he is a race
And
hustler
money.
and a poverty pimp, just like Jesse Jackson, just like Al Sharpton. Father Flagler's the same thing. He's a disgrace. He's a joke.
Well, he's supposed to. I mean, I always think of preachers as people who are compassionate and loving, and then he says things like this about Hillary.
When Hillary was crying, and people said that was put on, I really don't believe it was put on. She just always thought, this is mine. I'm Bill's wife. I'm white. And then out of nowhere came, hey, I'm Barack Obama. And she said, oh, damn, where did you come from? I'm white. I'm entitled.
But who is he supporting this time around? Hillary Clinton.
Worst Jeremiah Wright impersonation I've ever heard. I'll tell you what, too. This is good. This is going nowhere, and he's lost the debate, and the gun banners have lost the debate. And frankly, it's it should be instructive to the conservative grassroots movement more generally, because we talk about the gay rights movement being an incredibly powerful and successful political movement. Well, so has the gun rights movement. I mean, we went from this state being ground zero for municipal gun bans in places like Morton Grove in the early 80s and all along the North Shore to, finally Illinois falling. But in a very short period of time, and basically in 30 years, you went from states and municipalities with gun bans, but severe state restrictions in many states and particularly big cities, to 50 states that have some form of right to carry. Very instructive how successful as a political movement, as a policy movement, the gun rights movement has been. And frankly, Father Flagler, no match for him.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely risk-free with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-933-1447. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-933-1447. That's 1-800-933-1447. 1-800-933-1447.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. Maybe United Airlines and the New York Stock Exchange should retain them. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from basic services to all-in networks, and they create customized plans for your company's technology needs. Looking for offsite backup? Turnkey offers unlimited offsite backup plans. Want to move your email to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Office 365. Is 24/7 server monitoring important? Then Turnkey's got you covered. Time for all new equipment? With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Of course you do. And Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, and Turnkey will make sure that it works reliably for you. Turnkey IT, focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today and find a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
This Friday, tomorrow, July 10th, join the Illinois Policy Institute for an evening with Mary Catherine Ham and Guy Benson at South Branch Tavern and Grill in Chicago. Now, tickets are just $20 and an open bar is included. That's great. $20, all you can drink. For more information and
they're going to lose money on me, I'll tell you that.
For more information and to reserve your spot, visit 560theanswer.com and enter the keyword Guy. And to win a copy of End of Discussion, How the Left's Outrage Industry Shuts Down Debate, Manipulates Voters, and Makes Americans Less Free and Fun, be caller number what?
6.
Be caller number 6, 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600 wins a copy of their new book.
Coming up at 6:36, tech geek Fred Kate from Indiana University joins us to talk about those technical glitches with United Airlines and the New York Stock Exchange.
And sometimes an apology is worse than the crime. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Things should be back to normal at United Airlines, New York Stock Exchange, and the Wall Street Journal. Big change from yesterday when computer systems crashed at all three companies. Confederate battle flag that's flown at the South Carolina State House grounds expected to come down before the end of the day. The State House of Representatives voting early this morning to remove that flag and put it in a military museum on the Capitol grounds.
I have heard enough about heritage. I have a heritage. I am a lifelong South Carolinian. I am a descendant of Jefferson Davis. Okay? But that does not matter.
The state Senate passed the bill earlier this week. That's all that's needed now is Governor Nikki Haley's signature on that bill. Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal expected to challenge Republicans to strengthen their commitment to pro-life policies in his keynote address at the National Right to Life Convention. Jindal will argue today the future of the GOP will be based in part on its views on abortion. Baltimore Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake is removing the man in charge of that city's embattled police department. Rawlings Blake says she decided to fire Anthony Batts because recent events had distracted police from getting the job of getting crime under control. Southwest Airlines says no one was hurt after one of its planes aborted takeoff at Midway. The plane headed for Boston's Logan Airport reportedly had an engine catch fire. An Illinois House committee has endorsed a $2.3 billion stopgap budget plan. Governor Bruce Rauner says he is opposing that plan, but would not say whether he would veto a temporary budget if it was sent to him. Mayor Emanuel using an odd tactic to try and enlist charter school operators in his fight for school funding reform, telling them they will be shortchanged drastically for the first quarter of the year. Chicago Public Schools telling charter operators they will only be getting about 15% of the funds normally distributed at the end of the month. CPS says their massive pension payment just made to the pension fund of teachers has left them strapped for cash. Chicago sports, White Sox over Toronto in 11, 7-6. Cardinals beat the Cubs 6-5. And the news is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks we're missing the bigger picture.
Fine, take the flag down. But I want to point out something here. If you think that flag is going to stop the next Dylan Roof from committing an atrocity and an evil out of racist motivations, you are delusional. What signs did we miss as it relates to this racist lunatic that went and killed these 9 innocent people?
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
See all that Kubota can do for you and come by A.A. Anderson, 20508 Oak Grove Road in Harvard, or call 815-943-5454. Also visit them online, aaanderson.com.
Life is unpredictable, business is tough, and maybe you find yourself in a difficult place you never thought you'd be. I'm attorney David Radowitz, and let me tell you 3 things I know. 1, you're the same hardworking, creative person who was on your way to the top of the world not too long ago. 2, you're still on your way up. You haven't fallen down, you just hit a ditch in the road. And 3, I know how to get you out of that ditch. My team of professionals understand foreclosure, bankruptcy, business reorganizations, and credit consolidations. We've done it all, and we can help you too. If you haven't given up on your goals, but you need a little help getting over the rough spots, call me, attorney David Radowitz at the Radowitz Law Group. When times are good, everyone wants to help because anyone can. When times are tough, you need one tough lawyer, and that's where you'll find me at onetoughLawyer.com. That's the number 1, toughLawyer.com, or call 630-757-4040. That's the number 1, toughLawyer.com, or 630-757-4040.
6:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the very latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, delays start around 2E. It's 22 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 20. The Kennedy, 26 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. About Eisenhower, slow Manheim to Harlem. It's 49 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 41. Inbound Stevenson, 47 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 58. A crash past Central just cleared. Delays start right around the Ryan. The inbound Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 28 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 35. There's a crash at 159th, blocking 2 right lanes. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Traffic is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. She didn't just visit the sick and poor. She moved in with them because they needed help. Mother Teresa couldn't do it all. She gave her all. Compassion. Pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast includes a flood warning this morning for southeast Kankakee, southern Porter, northern Newton, southern Lake, and northern Jasper counties in northwest Indiana. We're talking major water to the point where I-65 is shut down this morning in northwest Indiana and in central Illinois, I-57. State police are set up. No one's going back and forth right now. It's being blocked off because of the heavy water and locally heavy rain. And not only that, down in the way far southern Illinois, in Benton, they've got a foot of water rolling through downtown Benton, Illinois this morning. We'll keep our eyes on that as we keep our eyes on the patchy fog. Sun may break out later this afternoon, high 74, 58 right now. Next news at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Aging Info Radio. Heard Sunday mornings at 9, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. The glitches, the technical glitches. That's a kind of a euphemistic way to describe what happened with United Airlines and the New York Stock Exchange. Technical glitches.
And Wall Street Journal, too. I mean, it was
That's
an
true.
odd confluence of events yesterday. And, of course, I thought terrorism right away because that's where I immediately go instead of just a glitch.
Right. And then you were about to board the Battlestar Galactica and take off for space as part of your escape plan. I think it's Rise of the Machines.
Oh, really?
I think the machines are going
They've had
to
enough?
attack us, yeah. So we've got all kinds of sci-fi theories about what happened. Why don't we get something that is more grounded in reality? And for that, we have Fred Kate joining us, Senior Fellow at Center for Applied Cybersecurity Research at Indiana University, the Hoosiers. Fred, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So do you have a sci-fi explanation for what happened yesterday? Or do you have something that may be more related to information technology and cybersecurity?
No, I like your explanations a lot. They're about as good as anything else we're getting right now. Three major shutdowns, New York Stock Exchange, United, and the Wall Street Journal, all on the same day. Everyone's saying there's no cyber attack involved, and there's no reason to doubt that. But I think what's really telling about this is it shows how vulnerable the cyber infrastructure we depend on for our markets, our travel, our news, everything. We don't know how to secure it not only against attacks, we don't know how to make it reliable.
Does your gut tell you that this was a technical glitch or outside hackers?
Well, it looks like the thing that went wrong in each case was different, and we know in two of the cases what it was. United, it was actually a router. And that wasn't working right, and therefore it snarled up traffic, and they literally had to ground the planes for over an hour because they couldn't know where they were, they couldn't write tickets, they couldn't access baggage information, anything. The stock exchange was a different attack and a different vulnerability, and Homeland Security's assured us it was not an attack. In the Wall Street Journal, we still don't know, but it doesn't really look like an attack. One thing worth mentioning is we actually see glitches like this all the time. I mean, major technology companies shut down their clouds, shut down their websites because they can't keep them running. And what makes this noteworthy is that all three happened on one day and that they're three such big names.
United Airlines, so this router problem. So try and explain this in layman's terms. I mean, do they just run out to Best Buy and get a new router? Or how does it work when you have a router problem and then you've got to get planes back in the air?
Well, I mean, in layman's terms, that is about what they do. You have to remember, United and Continental merged their computer systems in the past year. They went to Continental System. So you've got thousands, tens of thousands of computers all over the world that are connecting via networks. Not all of those systems have worked together before, so you're trying to bring together, the baggage system, the passenger system, and the routing system for planes, and the maintenance system, and it with that much data moving that many places, it doesn't take much to bring the system to a halt. And it's a little bit like the human body, and we often use this analogy. If you it doesn't take much to get you sick. A little bacteria or a virus, and suddenly you're sick, even though the rest of the body ought to be functioning fine. It all shuts down.
It seems to me there are two separate issues here when you talk about cybersecurity. There's one where these systems, like you say, the human body, so you could have something like a router shut the system down. But that doesn't necessarily mean those systems are vulnerable to cyber attacks, does it?
It doesn't. and it's a key point. What it does suggest, though, is that the systems are not that resilient, whether it's from an attack or from something else. And if you can't keep it running, at the end of the day, it's not so much going to matter why to the public. We've seen this with power grid shutdown, where a large portion of the Northeast is without power, and that is the result of a single error. But that just shows how vulnerable the system is. And if you can find that vulnerability accidentally, you can bet someone's going to find it intentionally.
So do you think United now has finally worked out all the kinks? Is the flying public or people who use United, are they going to go through this again and say in the next month?
Well, I mean, I hope not. No, I think it's very unlikely that they've worked out all the kinks. And I think, maybe the most optimistic news, particularly out of the United story, is that they had the sense to ground the planes when they knew they had a problem. And United has been at pains, to stress that at no point were people in danger, no plane systems were affected. It's just the logistics of controlling that massive network were affected, and so they made the wise, I think, totally correct choice to ground the planes until they could work it out.
So FBI Director James Comey testified yesterday on Capitol Hill about commercial encryption, and that essentially complaining that and admitting that commercial encryption is foiling government efforts to surveil persons of interest and essentially providing cover for terrorists. He said specifically, we cannot break strong encryption. Even if I get a court order in the Fourth Amendment to intercept a conversation, I'll get gobbledygook. What do you make of kind of that rather stark admission by the FBI?
Yeah, I think it's true. I have the greatest regard for Director Comey, although I personally disagree with him on this issue. The problem with saying you have to provide some hole in encryption, some backdoor, some way to let in the FBI, is the moment you provide a backdoor, anybody can use it. And that's what's really dangerous here. And security people are united in their opposition to this, not because they're all terrorists, but because they really worry that the moment you say we're going to let the FBI in, then how do you keep the Chinese from coming in, or the Russians, or somebody else?
Well, Senator Feinstein also said yesterday during that same hearing that Google, Facebook, they don't monitor ISIS activity on their accounts, and they expect the FBI to do it, but they don't have enough manpower to do it. So that's why a lot of Americans don't feel safe. Is there any way to change the system?
Well, there are ways to change the system. I think the question is whether Americans are going to feel more safe if we do change the system that way. Do we want the FBI monitoring these networks? The answer may be yes, but I suspect for a lot of people it's no, given that the overwhelming majority of traffic involves your communications and mine, people who presumably aren't doing anything that threatens national security. I think one thing that is important to keep in mind is, the NSA has remarkable code-breaking abilities, and what Director Comey is really saying, I think, is that it's not possible to break all encrypted traffic in real time. But if you focus, if you know who you're after, we're great at breaking codes, and that includes encryption. And so, it's a little bit of a debate here over scope. How many communications, how much of the volume of traffic should the FBI be able to have access to it at one moment in time?
He is Fred Kate, Senior Fellow at the Center for Applied Cybersecurity Research at Indiana University, the alma mater of Jared from Subway.
And Mark Cuban, too. Come on.
And one of my favorite basketball coaches of all time, of course, Bobby Knight. Fred Kate, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is not your grandfather's Al-Qaeda. Our job is to look at a haystack the size of this country for needles that are increasingly invisible to us because of end-to-end encryption.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up, wow, she said she hates America. Now she's trying to say she's sorry. Do we forgive her? But first, here's your forecast. Patchy fog this morning, otherwise mostly cloudy by this afternoon. A high of 74, so it is getting better. Be patient. Tomorrow will be much better. Besides it being Friday, it will be partly sunny, warmer, a high near 80 degrees. Let's see if the inbound Stevenson is still slick. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Inbound Stevenson, it's heavy. Outbound 2, there was an earlier outbound crash past Central. So you're looking at about 55 minutes either way right now between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 25 minutes 95th to downtown. I-57 is heavy at 28 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford 37 thanks to an earlier crash at 159th Street. And that has westbound 8094 running a bit slow from Torrance to the Bishop Ford. Also in northwest Indiana, there's a car fire in Munster, Calumet Avenue and 45th Avenue. 8094, again, westbound heavy on the Illinois side. In Indiana, it looks good. I-65 is fine in this region, but farther south, as Mike Scott told us earlier, there were some flooding issues. The Edens Expressway, 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. The Ike at 50 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 41. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs, trading in overseas markets, the Greek debt crisis, weekly jobless claims, and earnings, all forces driving the market today. Those stories next.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing during the decline in the U.S. economy, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or put it in your cell phone. But call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-651-0074 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and can't afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled returns. There's no need to fear anymore, but you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-651-0074 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, pension, savings, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 1-800-651-0074 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 1-800-651-0074.
Investors hope for less turbulence today on Wall Street. Investors understandably anxious after the New York Stock Exchange temporarily suspended trading yesterday. We'll see how action in China's beleaguered markets affects U.S. stock performances. The latest chapter in the Greek debt crisis and earnings reports from Alcoa, Pepsi, and Walgreens, all influencing market direction. Alcoa kicking off the earnings season with a miss on earnings, but it's slightly stronger than expected revenue, helping Alcoa stock in extended trading. Investors also considering a report on weekly jobless claims and comments from the Fed. Kansas City Bank President Esther George offering her outlook on the economy today ahead of the 30-year bond auction. Join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
I can tolerate a lot of things. I tolerate the annoying way my son-in-law Tom says schedule. I tolerate my buddy's weird snort laugh. I even tolerate my neighbor who hasn't returned my tools. I'm looking at you, Mike. I can see my wrench from here. But as I've gotten older, the one thing I can't tolerate is risk surrounding my retirement. I'm not about to risk missing out on the things I've always wanted to do, or worse yet, risk having to go back to work. I need to do everything I can to make sure that my financial plan stays the course. I won't tolerate anything less than that.
At the Mutual Fund Store, we understand that every investor is unique and has different levels of risk they can tolerate. Let us help you find an investing strategy that fits your needs and comfort level. Schedule a free portfolio review with us today.
Hi, I'm Doug Bash with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. CPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP, and right now you can try it risk-free for 21 days by calling 1-800-500-4833. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Transcend's smallest and most advanced portable design ever, the mini CPAP is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call CPAP.com now for your 21-day in-home trial. 1-800-500-4833. That's 1-800-500-4833.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure, losing the family home? You'd be not alone.
See, people, we are in the aftermath of what is being revealed to have been the greatest financial crime spree in history, perpetrated by the Wall Street investment banks smuggling and packaging mortgages, and continuing this day by the mortgage servicers that service those mortgages. I'm Lou Bridges. I have a law firm I put together. We defend foreclosure actions. We help people do strategic defaults, short sales, and modifications that include restructuring. Call us for a free consultation. We'll tell you what to look for in hiring a foreclosure defense attorney. We'll tell you some of your options. We'll give you a free consultation. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm.
AM 560, The Answer.
Less problem without you. Yeah.
Got one less problem without you.
Yeah, you're a huge.
My kids love this song.
You're a huge Ariana Grande fan, aren't you?
Well, you are. We used to watch her on Nickelodeon. My boys and I. She was on Sam and Cat. We loved her.
Bang Bang or Love Me Harder, which is your
Wait, excuse me, Dan. This is a family show.
Those are
Excuse me?
Ariana Grande songs. I know she's only like a zygote, but those are her songs. I didn't make it
Yeah,
up.
and this morning she's no longer going to be singing at the Major League Baseball All-Star game.
Well,
Yeah.
now I have a question for you too, since you still have a subscription to Teen Beat. Are Ariana Grande and Iggy Azalea, are they the same person?
No, they're no.
Oh, okay.
Two separate artists. They have performed together once on a song, though.
I see. So Iggy. Oh no.
No.
Ariana Grande.
Thank
that's
you.
it.
Get your pop teens correct, Dan.
She was caught on camera, on security camera, with some boy toy dingbat dancer boyfriend of hers at a donut shop in Lake Elsinore, California, where while they were, I don't know, loitering by the counter there was these trays of donuts, and she started licking donuts that she wasn't purchasing.
Right. She kept repeatedly licking different donuts and laughing about it and flipping and tossing her hair around like, this is so funny. But that's a health issue. That's a separate issue. Now the health department is investigating that donut shop this morning because she licked those donuts and they sold those donuts.
Well, okay, right. It's their fault. You have a little spoiled brat that comes in and licks donuts on a tray that you put out for people that want to purchase your product. So then another tray of donuts is put on the counter, and then she is overheard saying, "I hate Americans. I hate America. That's disgusting." So she says that's caught. That audio is caught, and then it creates a bit of a firestorm.
I mean, why? Now, clearly she said, I hate America. There's no disputing what she said, but she has written an apology to U.S. Weekly. And sometimes the apology makes the situation worse because her meaning behind what she said is quite intriguing. She said that she's now an advocate for healthy eating and that she was disgusted and she hates that Americans don't eat properly and that those donuts, which she was licking, contribute to childhood obesity.
She's right. Her statement was an expression of concern about childhood obesity and a demand. You think she's hating Americans just being a snot-nosed kid. No. This was a demand from our food industry to do better. Well, why are you in a donut shop? What did you expect to be in the donut shop? She's an idiot. Okay, I mean, she's a 22-year-old dingbat.
Youthful indiscretion.
Yeah, and Melinda Newman in Forbes magazine, she has a great piece on it. She says, here's the way to effectively apologize for all you lobotomized Hollywood types. Keep it simple. She should have stopped with stating how proud she is to be an American, admit she goofed, and left it at that, rather than, conjuring up this cockamamie story about being some kind of health advocate. It just, come on. You watch the video with her goofing off with her boyfriend and you listen to what she says, and she's being snotty. Fine, it's a forgivable offense. But as you said, the apology is more insufferable than the act.
And here's the bottom line. If you lick the donut, buy the donut.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I'm not joking.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one. Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook, or that your mom loved to dance. A person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
Got another great night's sleep last night, all thanks to my pillow from My Pillow. The problem now is my cat's starting to fight me for pillow time because cats like the pillow from My Pillow because it conforms to their neck and back. It helps you sleep. It helps with headaches and snoring, neck pain, insomnia, all type of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. And right now you could get and give the gift of a great night's sleep because we still have the buy one, get one free offer, plus 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. Visit MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code AMY, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. American made, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too. Do it now, 800-489-0201.
Senator Ron Johnson, Wisconsin Senator, joins us at 7:07 to talk of what the GOP is going to do about sanctuary cities.
And what happens when Jimmy Walker and Shep Smith mix it up on Fox News?
Dynamite.
But here's someone, who's absolutely dynamite. Here's Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we're following right now. Chicago teen found dead inside an abandoned school in Gary. We'll have the latest on that story. And Governor Rauner announces a new pension reform bill. Patchy fog this morning. Clouds will break. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The debate got emotional.
Take a symbol of hate off these grounds on Friday.
Republican Jenny Anderson Horn could get her wish. Lawmakers vote to remove the Confederate flag from South Carolina's Capitol grounds. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
It was made official just after 1 o'clock this morning.
Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 94 to 20, Senate Bill 897 receives third reading.
Now that bill to remove the flag goes to Governor Nikki Haley. She supports the bill, which calls for it to come down within 24 hours of her signature. The flag will then be sent to the Confederate Relic Room. The debate over the flag's removal was renewed after photos of the man accused in a mass shooting at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston showed him posing with a Confederate flag. Dave.
Tanya, what's Greece's plan? Europeans keep waiting for a bailout proposal. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in Athens.
Dave, on the face of it, you wouldn't know much was different here in Athens. It's another hot, sunny day. People are drinking coffee outside cafes. There are tourists all over the place. But then the big giveaway, long lines at cash machines all over the city. The closure of banks here has been extended to next Monday. By the end of the day, Greece needs to tell its creditors what reforms it's willing to implement in return for a bailout. Dave?
Simon, the number of Syrians who fled the civil war there has now topped 4 million. The UN calls it the worst refugee crisis in 25 years.
UN refugee spokesman Adrian Edwards says conditions for the refugees living in Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey are deteriorating, with more people sinking into poverty and desperation. He says child labor, begging, and child marriages are on the rise.
Fox News Radio's Kate Alexander. Another child has died in a hot car, this time near Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Police say the 11-month-old's parents and their 4 other kids were unloading groceries yesterday and forgot to get the baby out of the SUV. They realized it an hour later, but it was too late. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Clouds and 61 degrees. It is 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Southwest Airlines says no one was hurt after one of its planes aborted a takeoff at Midway Airport due to a mechanical issue. The airline says 143 passengers exited via air stairs and returned to the terminal. The Tribune says one of the plane's engines may have caught fire. The airplane was secured. It had been headed to Logan International in Boston. United Airlines says it has fixed a computer problem that forced it to ground flights across the country for nearly 2 hours on Wednesday morning.
We have thousands of coworkers across the system working hard to get back on track as we've resolved the issues.
United is still feeling the impact of yesterday's ground stop and is letting some customers change travel plans without the usual $200 reservation fee. An Illinois House committee endorses a $2.3 billion stopgap budget plan, but Governor Bruce Rauner says he opposes it, and now the governor is challenging the House Speaker to end the budget impasse by approving Rauner's reform agenda. As AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Governor Rauner has added a pension reform plan that he says will save billions of dollars to the reform agenda that he says must be passed before he considers any higher taxes to balance the budget. He challenged House Speaker Michael Madigan.
Speaker Madigan needs to make a decision. We're going to support reforms or support a tax hike. It's one or the other.
Democrats could pass a one-month budget Thursday with enough votes that Rauner's signature wouldn't be needed. That would allow the state to have money for workers' next paycheck next week. David Stewart, Chicago.
And suburban police say officers very well could have shot a teenager who pointed a gun at them. Plainfield police say the incident Wednesday could have been tragic. The officers responding to a report last week of a group of gunmen carrying rifles near a residential area. Well, they approached two teens while still trying to determine if their weapons were real or not. A third teen approached them in a tactical manner, partially hidden, according to police, by brush and bushes. It says one officer drew his weapon and took a calculated risk by telling the third teen to drop their BB guns. Chicago sports, Major League Baseball, White Sox winners over Toronto 7-6 in 11. St. Louis over the Cubs 6-5. Johnny Peralta with the game winner in the ninth. The news service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mother Teresa couldn't do it all, but she gave her all. Compassion, pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's become a summer tradition. And on July 18th, the tradition continues. It's Rockin' for the Troops 2015 with Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band.
Let's rock for the troops tonight, right? Are we rocking for the troops?
At Contini Park in Wheaton.
Everybody clap your hands, come on!
Get your tickets before they're gone. Stop by Jewel Osco stores in Wheaton, Naperville, or Bolingbrook, or visit 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword Rockin'. Sponsored in part by MJ Miller.
And now, another golf confessional brought to you by Golfsmith. A man told us that since he'd gotten his new Bushnell Tour X rangefinder at Golfsmith, his game had improved. The dual display rangefinder was so accurate that his friends were now asking him to give the distances on their shots too. And he did. Give or take 20 yards. Hurry into Golfsmith in the Chicago South Loop and get the season's best equipment, like the new Bushnell Tour X rangefinder. Golfsmith, anything for golf.
When I would binge, I would feel completely out of control. I would eat so much during my binges. After a binge, I would feel so bad about myself. Hi, I'm Sunny C. Gold. I'm a magazine writer and editor. I was diagnosed with binge eating disorder. My advice to someone suffering is to just get help. There is hope. If you're an adult who's binged at least weekly for 3 months, learn all of the symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor. Sponsored by Shire.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest updated traffic information for you with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens has delays in both directions between Toohey and the Junction. 25 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 23. The Kennedy runs 31 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 17 from Montrose, 10 on the Express. Outbound 20 minutes to Montrose, 40 to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, 51 minutes Thorndale to downtown, 36 from Manheim. Outbound 41 to Thorndale, Stevenson. 53 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. There's a crash past Harlem in the left lane. Outbound, it's an hour jammed from the Rhine past Central. I-57, or I should say the Ryan first, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 to the Bishop Ford, both 28 minutes from I-80 to the Merge. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, heavy delays from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow Cicero to Ogden and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow, Elmhurst Road to Lee. Veterans Memorial a bit tight from 63rd to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Some breaks of sun today with a high 74, then a partly cloudy night with a low 60. Clouds and sun throughout the day tomorrow, high 79, then some clouds at night, low 61. A shower or thunderstorm Saturday, high 79. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 61 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Donald Trump surging in Republican primary polls even as he loses business deals. Trump doubling down today in the interview with NBC's Katie Tur, backing up his comments that have sparked so much controversy.
Well, he's repeating himself. You know, I'm like Jeb on this. I'm done. The man's specialty to suck oxygen. I'm going to be breathing fresh air.
Term limits, redistricting reform, property tax freeze, as well as workers' comp reform and tort reform.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson?
So street when you say that.
I
What
am
up?
so street. Oh, it's,
Yo,
when you grow up on the mean streets of Wheaton, that's the vernacular. And also you use words like vernacular. We're now joined by our friend, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, who is probably preparing his remarks and his outfit for Monday's presidential announcement by Scott Walker in Waukesha, right, Senator Johnson?
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Well, unfortunately, we're going to be back in Washington, D.C., so I won't be able to join the governor. But as you are aware, I'm a big supporter of Governor Walker, a man of real integrity, and that's probably not a bad attribute if you're looking to become the President of the United States.
Yeah, it would be novel. Senator Johnson, I want to start. You're obviously the chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, so let's talk a little Homeland Security, but from a domestic perspective, in the wake of this terrible murder of this young woman in San Francisco, now Duncan Hunter on the House side has introduced legislation to essentially disband this notion of sanctuary cities in America. What can Congress do about these designations where you have local law enforcement not communicating with ICE and not getting individuals like this person responsible for Kate Steinle's murder out of this country?
Well, there are a number of proposals that, a lot of them really deal with maybe we withhold funding from those jurisdictions that refuse to follow federal immigration law. But what this does really point to, this is one tragedy. One of about 122 homicides really that are related to individuals that are in this country illegally, that are felons, that get released into the general public and then commit a murder. So this isn't an isolated instance, but this only points to one of the problems in our own immigration laws, our own broken immigration system, the fact that we don't enforce our laws, the fact that we actually have laws on the books that incentivize people to come into this country illegal. We just had a hearing on Tuesday about 1 year after the humanitarian crisis with the unaccompanied children coming across the border, incentivized by deferred action on childhood arrivals put in place by this president in 2012, the direct cause of that surge of children and that humanitarian crisis. So across the board, we have to look at our broken immigration system. We have to reform our laws, reduce or eliminate, if not drastically reduce, these incentives that we have in our own laws for this type of activity and this kind of behavior.
Can we do it at a local or at a state level or at a county level? Cook County, we're a sanctuary county. Is there any way if our local law officials said, you know what, we don't want to be sanctuary cities anymore, what can they do?
Well, that'd be the first thing is elect responsible local officials that are going to keep the local public safe. I mean, it starts at home. Really, as a conservative, a limited federal government conservative, government should be close to the governed. So we first have to take a look at our local laws that create this type of insane type of policy. But, on a national basis, I think we need to take a look at the fact that it is our responsibility to secure our borders. It is our responsibility to have a functioning immigration system, and that those laws are enforced. And we're probably going to have to enforce some kind of sanction against those cities that offer sanctuary to people that don't follow federal law.
Is this an opportunity? I mean, now you have Hillary Clinton and Dianne Feinstein and other leftists who are essentially recasting their view on sanctuary cities in the wake of this Kate Steinle murder and suggesting that they oppose it, and San Francisco really messed up on this one. So is there an opportunity to kind of hold them to the fire now and really move on this matter, that not just with respect to what happened in San Francisco, but as you say, this kind of systemic problem with our immigration and allowing violent criminals back on our streets?
Anytime you have one of these challenges that just force the reality, force the liberals to really acknowledge the folly of their policies, I think that does create an opportunity, unfortunately, because it's based on a tragedy. But we need to seize those opportunities. Americans. I've been calling President Obama the denier in chief. When he says that ISIS is just the JV team, that he says that Vladimir Putin's looking for off ramps when Vladimir Putin's looking for on ramps, when he's going to do a disastrous deal with Iran, just denying reality, and people that actually push things like sanctuary cities, like that's going to keep this nation safe, are simply denying reality. They're denying reality of the fact that, for example, Dianne Feinstein, it's her amendment that grants a lengthier adjudication process for children from Central America versus Mexico, which incentivizes kids from Guatemala and El Salvador and Honduras to come here. So, again, liberals deny reality. They deny reality of basic human behavior, and it creates disastrous policies. So, yeah, we got to point out that reality and take advantage of those opportunities to fix our laws that actually recognize reality.
Now, you just mentioned ISIS, and the FBI Director James Comey made a rare public session yesterday and said, look, we cannot penetrate ISIS even on social media apps, and they need help. They want a backdoor option. Should we be giving them that, or would we be giving up right to privacy?
Well, we do need to recognize that the threat from ISIS is real. The inspiration they're providing through social media, how they're recruiting people, how they're inspiring people. And then just because of the advancement of technology with these encrypted systems, we are losing our ability to have the type of intelligence that we need to keep this nation safe. Now, we've gone ahead and we've weakened our capability just in the latest Freedom Act. Okay, I don't think that was particularly wise policy, but it was better than having the whole those provisions expire. But we need to recognize that I'm not sure there's a whole lot we can do about that. Let's say we force American companies to give us that key to decrypt. Well, foreign companies will provide that same type of service. So, we can try and enact layers of law, but I'm not sure it's going to really do anything. I think we need to take a very serious look at that. I think we need to be talking to the companies in Silicon Valley. I know President Obama did. I support those efforts, but we also have to recognize, again, reality, technology is moving on. And what we need is more human intelligence. We've got to do a smarter job of gathering the type of intelligence that really is our first line of defense against these very real threats that we face throughout the world.
We're talking to Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He's the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee in the Senate. Senator Johnson, your reaction to the president's remarks earlier this week about ISIS, was this just kind of him sawing sawdust in terms of his posture with respect to ISIS, saying it's, there's going to be ups and downs. We're in for the long haul, and just a way so he doesn't have to deal with it until he leaves office?
One of the stories I tell is when I was in the White House with President Obama, trying to come to some sort of agreement on debt and deficit, I said, Mr. President, the way we get everything on the table is show the American people the truth. I was showing them a 30-year projected deficit. We're having a hearing on that today of about $107 trillion. He looked at me and said, Ron, we can't show the American public numbers that big. If we do, they'll get scared. They give up hope. And says, besides, Ron, and here's the key phrase, we can't do all the work. We have to leave some work for future presidents, future Congresses. That is his attitude in the last 18 months of his administration here. Just push it off. Make that next president, whoever he or she may be, we'll let them deal with it, which is, I think, really the whole purpose of the Iranian nuclear arms deal is just, we'll lift sanctions. Just don't, build a nuclear weapon on my watch. So no, but this president's in the state of denial. He is showing no leadership whatsoever. His 8 years in office, I think, are going to be looked back on as just a disastrous, a destructive time for this nation in terms of our own individual personal freedom, economic improvement, and from the standpoint of national security, we're not feeling particularly secure, are we?
Well, that is one promise President Obama has kept. It's not open for debate. He has left a lot of work for the next president. Senator Ron Johnson, Wisconsin Senator, Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee in the Senate. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
JJ reacts to Bill Cosby. That up next with Shep Smith. So great audio. You need to hear it. But first, here's your forecast. Patchy fog this morning, cloudy skies. By this afternoon, maybe some sun if we're lucky, but it will be warmer than yesterday, a high of 74. But wait for it tomorrow. Summer does arrive. Partly sunny skies, a high near 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times and see if the outbound Stevenson is still a mess. Here's Jim.
It's pretty heavy, Amy. Thanks. There was an earlier crash on the outbound side near Central, then an inbound crash at Harlem. So it's heavy both ways. You're looking at about 55 minutes either way between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. Edens, 24 either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Kennedy, 32 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, it's 40. The Eisenhower is 53 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop. And outbound, 45. Ryan, make it 30 minutes now from 95th to downtown. It's slow 47th all the way in. We have delays on the northbound tri-state, Cicero to Ogden, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways have only slight delays right now. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com. It's time to get out of the suburbs and enjoy all that the Chicago lakefront has to offer. At CRD, you can find a fabulous entertainment cruise experience for two on Lake Michigan. For only $139, you'll enjoy a romantic gourmet dinner and a spectacular view of the Chicago skyline aboard the Elegant Odyssey at Navy Pier. If you feel like dancing the night away, then you'll love the Spirit of Chicago cruise. $115 for two includes dinner and dancing while taking in the views of the shoreline. And for something completely different, experience the best dance club on the water. Take a Blue After Dark Moonlight Cruise on the Mystic Blue. It features a late-night DJ and hors d'oeuvres. This is perfect for a girls' night out or for a date. Find all of the romance and fun in the air, on the water this summer, brought to you only by ChicagoRadioDeals.com. That's ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGDirect.com.
Are you willing to pay more for life insurance than you should? Well, did you know you could save as much as 70% on term life insurance? Hi, I'm Brent Langdon for AIG Direct. We partnered with American General Life to find you their most affordable rates on term life insurance products. And I mean affordable. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. Call 1-800-600-7214. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how much we could save you. It only takes 5 minutes, and you could save up to 70%, and the call is absolutely free. Call 1-800-600-7214. That's 1-800-600-7214.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah. Well, Dan, for Bill Cosby, things are only getting worse. No good times for him. There's now a movement to revoke his Presidential Medal of Freedom.
There's an online petition.
Yeah, and that he received that in 2002 by then President George W. Bush. But the request raises a thorny legal and political question for the White House because they've championed the sexual assault prevention. So, they're going to have to do something. Obama, his feet are being held to the fire.
Probably not going to happen. That's what's coming out from the White House through unnamed aides. It's not going to happen. They're not going to wade into this.
Well, what is happening is JJ, Jimmy Walker. You remember him. Did you ever watch Good Times?
I sure did, and I'm interested in what's up with Thelma. Not with Jimmy Walker.
Well, yesterday he wasn't talking about Thelma. He was talking about his friend Cosb, as he called him, Bill Cosby.
Cosby's interested in what Thelma's doing, too.
Yeah, he was on with Shep Smith, and he said everybody in Hollywood knew that Bill Cosby was a womanizer.
I think everybody knew of Bill Cosby's woman propensity, that he had a lot of different women on a constant level, and it was not really even looked down upon. I think it was normal behavior maybe in those days. If you look at even the women, whether you look at your buddy over on CNN, Anderson Cooper, look at his mom. In her book, she talks about a lot of guys that she's done whatever with.
And Shep Smith, who's
What's he talking about, J.J. Walker? Oh, no, that's the wrong show.
Yeah, Shep Smith, who's friends with Anderson Cooper, just on. Well, let's stick on topic. I mean, when did you know personally that Bill Cosby was a womanizer?
Well, I knew of at least one. When I was in San Francisco, I was working the Hungry Eye, and a young lady came to the show with a girlfriend who was absolutely gorgeous. I was trying to do what guys do, and I was talking to her, and I said, well, maybe we should go out or something. She says, oh, no, I have a boyfriend. He works at the Playboy Club. I said, is this guy a comedian? And at that time, my ego got in the way, Shep, and I said, he can't be bigger than me. And she said, well, my boyfriend is Bill Cosby. And I went, oh, I guess he is bigger than me.
Yeah,
so that didn't work out.
Yes, he is. Now, was Gloria Vanderbilt drugging men and raping them as well?
So
I just want to go back to the Anderson Cooper mom thing.
No. They were just saying that that was a culture of people having affairs. It was, the 70s where people were loving on everybody else and not being faithful to their spouses.
Oh, and that's changed? Yeah, a bygone era that we know nothing about in this Puritan world in which we live in 2015. The issue is not people that are, loving on each other, as you say.
Mm-hmm.
With
I just got that
the
from
hip
JJ.
lingo, but drugging on each other. So this is completely different. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, the next question then was, Shep Smith said, hey, but did you know he was drugging women to have sex with them, essentially drugging them so he could rape them?
Shep, the drug thing shocks me because if you went to any tennis tournament or anything that Cos was playing in, there were tons of women that would have gladly gone with the Cos because he had that kind of personality. It's a shame to see him now reduced to the kind of the O.J. Simpson of comedy.
Yeah, that's O.J. Simpson of
Boy, J.J. Walker, I don't know if he's defending Bill Cosby or indicting him. It's a little bit confusing. By the way, the Cos, as he's referred to by no one. The Cos, what is
they're
it?
friends. They've known each other for decades. He's the Cos, and every
it's
year
sad to see him being reduced to what? He apparently, if everything about him is true, and I believe it is, he's a rapist.
Yeah, he is. But should he go to prison? That's the question. Well, he can't because of statute of limitations, but he is a serial rapist. And Jimmy Walker had this response.
My problem is, I think Bill Cosby, on the other hand, has done a ton of good work. And I hate to see it etch-a-sketch from humanity that we'll never see the Bill Cosby Show. We'll never see Fat Albert again. In 52 years, he is done. I'm not a big prison guy for Bill Cosby, but I am a guy who believes, yes, he did wrong. Yes, those women are vindicated, and I feel good for them. But yes, his work was excellent.
Well, his work was excellent, and not Ghost Dad, but the Cosby Show and Fat Albert, sure. But this, come on, Jimmy Walker, you know better than that. yeah, what about all the good things? You know, everybody's done some good things. The question is, for the bad things, how bad are they? And have you paid the price for those bad actions? I mean, this whole, like, what, you know, let's remember the good things about, you know, O.J. Simpson. Yeah, I remember the Naked Gun movies fondly, too, Nordberg. But the problem is he's a murderer and a kidnapper and a scumbag. So that's how O.J. Simpson's going to be remembered. And frankly, that's how Bill Cosby's going to be remembered. I don't think the work needs to be expunged, but that's how he's going to be remembered. Let's go to Steve in Hinsdale. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Steve.
Yeah. The 70s were not about drugging women. I graduated from high school in 1967. Graduated from Michigan in 1971. I never drugged any women. None of my friends drugged any women. And you know what else? I was married in the mid 70s and remain in the same marriage. I have had complete fidelity. So what is this? The 70s were that? That's just a bunch of crap. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Steve. I love Steve's calls.
I love Steve.
They're quick and they end with thank you and goodbye. He's polite as well as faithful to his wife. I like Steve in Hinsdale. Verlin on the South Side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How you doing?
Hey,
now, you know what? I think it's terrible. And Jimmy Walker made a good reference. He's becoming the OJ of the entertainment world. Now, listen, all of the entertainers, the musicians, everybody did dope back in those days. It was a culture behind the scenes and backstage. Though his attorneys is right. They wouldn't keep quiet for all these years, 2-3 decades, if he raped them. Now, the one woman, he may have pushed the line and probably did something wrong, but she settled out of court, so she got what she wanted. But the rest of these ladies, I believe they knew what they were doing, and he was just a facilitator, like a dope dealer, bringing drugs behind stage.
Yeah, they were asking for it because they were wearing a short skirt.
Beverly Johnson seems to disagree with you, Verlin, but you think Cosby's innocent.
I would say of all of like 23, 24 women, I think they're just trying to get a second shot at fame. But the one woman, he might have did it. With the one woman, I believe her because she took it to the extreme and proved herself right. But those other women that kept quiet for 2 decades, I don't believe it.
Thanks for the call, Verlin.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
It's summer, and you have a craving to try something new, to go somewhere different for dinner, and you want fresh, flavorful food. You're craving the authentic flavors of Mexico. There is a little paradise wedged between Bridgeport and Chinatown that will become a favorite spot. Carbone Live Fire Grill starts with the highest quality ingredients and marinades. They serve the freshest grilled vegetables, healthy black beans, and juiciest meats cooked to perfection over an open flame. Carbone Live Fire Mexican Grill knows their diners love the oversized portions of tender fire-grilled steak, marinated grilled chicken breasts, or fan-favorite tortilla-encrusted tilapia tacos. Every bite is like being on vacation. Eat in or take out. Their amazing signature tacos and burritos will leave you craving more. Delivery and catering available. Visit Carbone, CARBONMEX.com. That's CarboneMex.com for locations and hours. And make sure you visit them at the Taste of Chicago running July 8th through the 12th.
Ever wonder what it was like to fly in a World War II bomber? One of the greatest military aircraft of all time, EAA's B-17 aluminum overcast, will be at Aurora Municipal Airport Friday through Sunday, July 10th through the 12th. Watch history come alive when you book a flight and stand in the footsteps of the bombardier, the waist gunner, the navigator, while experiencing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fly in one of World War II's most vital and magnificent aircraft. Book your flight now by going to b17.org. Ground tours are also available. Talk to the crew, hear the stories, and see up close one of the planes that changed the course of history. Don't miss this rare chance to see, touch, hear, feel, and fly on this legendary warbird. Book your flight today online at b17.org or call 1-800-359-6217. That's 1-800-359-6217, hosted by Warbird Squadron 4.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Ted Dabrowski from the Illinois Policy Institute joins us to talk about the budget impasse and Governor Rauner's new pension proposal at 7:37.
And then later, I used to hate her, now I love her. Pam Geller will be here to tell us when the next Draw Muhammad cartoon contest is going to be held. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. The Confederate battle flag that's been flying outside the South Carolina State House will likely be gone before the end of this day. South Carolina Republican Jenny Hoare led the charge to take the flag down.
It's not about Jenny Horn. It's about the people of South Carolina who have demanded that this symbol of hate come off of the State House grounds.
State House of Representatives voted early this morning to remove that flag and relegate it to a military museum. Israel says 2 of its citizens are being held in the Gaza Strip, at least one of them by a Hamas militant group. Israeli television quoting the family of one of the men saying that he was depressed over the death of his brother when he walked through a breach in the border fence between Israel and Gaza last September. Thursday, the deadline for Greece to present a detailed economic reform plan. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen is watching the banking system in Athens this morning.
On the face of it, you wouldn't know much was different here in Athens. It's another hot, sunny day. People are drinking coffee outside cafes. There are tourists all over the place. But then the big giveaway, long lines at cash machines all over the city. The closure of banks here has been extended to next Monday. By the end of today, Greece needs to tell its creditors what reforms it's willing to implement in return for a bailout. In Athens, Simon Owen, Fox News Radio.
FIFA banning one of its former members for life, American Chuck Blazer, has been banished. The FBI says there's no evidence of cyber attacks and major glitches involving the New York Stock Exchange, United Airlines, and the Wall Street Journal yesterday. Southwest Airlines says no one was hurt after one of its planes aborted takeoff at Midway due to a mechanical issue. 143 passengers exited air stairs and returned to the terminal after the Tribune says one of the plane's engines may have caught fire. And the legal battle over whether Illinois can fully pay state workers amid an ongoing budget impasse is scheduled to return to court today in St. Clair County. A hearing is scheduled for this afternoon in Belleville. Chicago sports, White Sox over Toronto in 11 innings, 7-6. St. Louis over the Cubs, 6-5. 7:34 is our time, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Why do you care that Bruce Jenner had his face reconstructed? Why do you care that Bruce Jenner has fake boobs? Why do you care?
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's not Bruce Jenner that I care about. It's a country that's all wrapped up in Bruce Jenner. It's a country that even gives a damn who the Kardashians are. It's a country that will descend into chaos and tyranny. You see, that's why I care. Because that's where we're headed.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
This week at Whole Foods Market, get juicy organic blackberries for $4.98 a pint. Stock up on healthy at Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
What puts your identity at risk? Did you swipe your debit card at the gas station? Identity thieves can place skimming devices on the payment terminals. Do you use public Wi-Fi? Identity thieves are known to set up shop around Wi-Fi hotspots, hoping to cash in on your personal information. Do any online banking? Go to the doctor? LifeLock reminds us that banks and health insurers are susceptible to breaches of your private information. But don't stop living your life. Get LifeLock Ultimate Plus Identity Theft Protection. LifeLock Ultimate Plus helps protect your social security number, bank and retirement accounts, credit credit cards, even the equity in your home. Obviously, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor transactions at every business, but you only have one identity. Protect it with the best. Enroll with LifeLock in minutes, and your protection starts immediately. Visit LifeLock.com now and use promo code AWARE or call and mention AWARE to save 10% on your membership. Call 800-520-9106. 800-520-9106. 800-520-9106.
7:37, the news, a service of QuickBooks Connect Chicago, introducing QuickBooks Connect Chicago. It's a big event to help grow your small business. Workshops, speakers, networking, all happening July 16th at the Garrity. Register for free with promo code LOCAL at QuickBooksLocal.com. In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, the latest this morning with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound is 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 27. The Kennedy 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 42. Inbound Ike 58 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. It's 42 from Manheim. Outbound 42 to Thorndale. Stevenson 58 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 51. The Ryan is 31 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Very slow Cicero to Ogden. And stop and go from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic service, the Foundation for a Better Life. While many rose up with violence, he sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Patchy fog this morning. Later today, clouds will break for some sunshine, high near 74. Partly cloudy and 60 overnight. 59 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So Governor Rauner yesterday came back out swinging despite this budget impasse, despite an unfavorable ruling by a Cook County Circuit Court judge with respect to the payment of state employees during this budget impasse. Rauner, Comptroller Leslie Munger, they want to pay state employees their full salary, pay them for work performed. Speaker Madigan, Attorney General Madigan do not, and the Cook County Circuit Court judge effectively sided with Team Madigan. But Rauner came out yesterday and reintroduced the component parts, I mean, a bit of a scaled-down version, but nonetheless the component parts of his turnaround agenda.
Those 5 pieces of legislation deal with term limits, redistricting reform, property tax freeze, a real property tax freeze, as well as workers' comp reform and tort reform.
And he called on the General Assembly to debate the bills and give them an up or down vote, something they haven't enjoyed to this point. He also introduced a new pension reform proposal that incorporated a lot of what Senator John Cullerton, Democrat Senate President, has proposed previously, as well as what Tiny Dancer wants for Chicago and Tony Preckwinkle wants for Cook County. Not everything they want, but a lot of what they have previously talked about. So it's an interesting tack that Rauner is taking, basically saying, look, I'm demonstrating I'm willing to incorporate some of your ideas, some of your suggestions. Now it's time for Madigan to either give me an up or down vote on reform, join the reform bandwagon, or you go ahead and you raise taxes to shore up this budget, this unconstitutional, unbalanced budget you sent me. You've got the votes. You can override my veto. You go do it. So it's interesting to see how this is playing out currently and will play out. And for more on that from the policy perspective, we're now joined by the Vice President of Policy at the Illinois Policy Institute, where I am a senior fellow in the interest of full disclosure. And he is Ted Dabrowski. Ted, thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. So give me your take on what Rauner proposed yesterday, starting with his pension proposal, which incorporates, as I said, some of what Cullerton has previously proposed, but also has some new wrinkles for state, City of Chicago, and County of Cook workers.
I thought yesterday was a pretty defining moment for Rauner because he kind of relayed out his plan, but made it very clear what the options are for Illinois and for him and for Rauner, for Madigan. And we can come back to that, but I think clearly on the pension side, he put out a 500-page pension plan that really tries to incorporate what a lot of people are trying to do at different levels of government, whether it's Rahm or Preckwinkle or Cullerton. And what he does is he incorporates a lot of their ideas, but in there he puts his own ideas. So I think it's a true sense of compromise in that he's taking care of their needs, but he's also putting in his needs. And I think it's a pretty fair way to approach the problem, given the situation he has, where he has to face supermajorities.
But Ted, when you read the headline, cutting retirement benefits for police officers, firefighters, and teachers, can you dig in deeper? What exactly does that mean, and what kind of cuts are we talking about?
Well, the media is going to play it that way. They're going to try to show that the negatives of what Rauner's done. Most of the media, I should say. Mm-hmm. But the reality is that every plan that's out there has to have some kind of cuts, right? That's why we have this massive problem in Illinois. That's why we're the worst funded pension in the state, and why we have the worst credit ratings in the nation. And so, whatever you do, you have to have some of those hits, and a lot of that revolves around giving employees in government consideration, where they can choose to have either a lower COLA cost of living adjustments, or give up something else. And so what it is that everybody's going to have some pain in any of this pension plans. And Rauner's plans, of course, have some of that pain, but they also try to give some benefits to compensate for that.
And interestingly, against the backdrop of Rauner's proposal yesterday, the story that the S&P, Standard & Poor, lowered Chicago's city government rating one notch, another downgrade, citing the lack of a long-term plan to fund pensions for city, police, and fire personnel, as other rating agencies like Moody's have already done. So very, very real. This is reminiscent of what the governor of Puerto Rico said last week. This is not about politics. It's about math.
Well, it's very much about math. When you look at Chicago, there's no doubt that without reform, Chicago is already broke. The amount of debt that it has for pensions is a number that it could never repay without real reforms. And so I think S&P is finally trying to react to the reality. Moody's is way ahead of S&P. They realize how big the problem is. S&P still does not have Chicago at junk level, but I think they'll be there pretty soon.
So there's a vote that's set to take place today. What do you see happening?
Well, I think I think Rauner really did a nice job yesterday of kind of relaying the situation. He is the big proponent of the need for structural reforms in the economy. And the big budget problem we have in Illinois, it's financial, but the big problem is that companies and people keep leaving the state. And when they leave, they take their money with them. So he's trying to get the big reforms that he needs. But he also realizes the cards that have been dealt to him. He doesn't have a supermajority to pass those, and Madigan does. If Madigan doesn't want to play ball, he's saying, well, then Madigan, you pass the tax increases. But as it relates to a short-term budget vote, the one-month budget, it's not going to pass. Or I should say that the Rauner's not going to accept it. Rauner's not going to accept a budget that has a $4 billion hole in it, whether it comes in 1 month chunks or whether it comes in one big bill.
But of course, if Madigan and Cullerton were able to keep their caucuses together and on the House side get everyone to show up, they could override his veto.
That's right, and so they can override his veto, and it'll happen. But again, Rauner's not going to play that game because he needs the real structural reforms. He gets it. If Madigan wants to do the silly games of passing a budget that's $4 billion short, it's just a continuation of what he's been doing for the last 20 years.
Right, and so on the matter of revenue, because one of the things Rauner signaled, as he has signaled before, is if I get some of the structural reforms I want, I'm willing to talk revenue. He hasn't been specific about that for obvious reasons. He doesn't want to commit himself. But in your opinion, from a policy perspective, there's some different options that potentially could be on the table. There's expanding the sales tax to services. There's maybe a temporary increase in the state income tax again. And there's also the option or the possibility of taxing pension income. Which one of those revenue enhancements, were we to go down that road, were Madigan to agree to some structural reforms, is the least offensive in terms of the business climate in Illinois?
Well, I think if Madigan were being forced to actually do his tax hikes, which one should he do, and which one would Rauner be willing to accept? I think from a policy standpoint, the easiest might be just the income tax. It's from a policy perspective, we don't need more tax hikes. Unfortunately, we're in the position where something's going to happen and we're going to have to do something. Sales taxes would be a great way to go if we're increasing or expanding the base of sales taxes, but only if we're actually reducing the income tax. Until we do that, I think income taxes might be the way to just get more revenue, but then over time get it back down to levels that Rauner's promised, to get it back down to the 3% where we were before the tax hike of 2011.
Now, during his campaign, Bruce Rauner talked about services tax. Is that going to come to fruition?
Well, I think that's one of the negotiations. Clearly, we do have a very narrow base of taxation on sales taxes in Illinois. And so that's one of the ways that we should take the reform over time. And really what we should be doing is having sales taxes that are very broad and reduce the income taxes. But that's a longer reform play that I think will take years to work out.
There's an interesting study that was put out by the Tax Foundation yesterday, the purchasing power state by state, the relative value of $100. Where do you get the biggest bang for your buck? And it turns out that Illinois, if you move to Indiana from Illinois, you essentially get a 10% raise because you get a $10 increase in your purchasing power for every $100 spent. And it's the same in Missouri, in Iowa, Wisconsin, Kentucky, everywhere you go, Michigan that surrounds us, you give yourself a raise by moving across our border into one of these other states. So this is, again, one of the reasons for the outmigration you spoke of.
Well, I think it's exactly why we've been losing so many people for so many years now. The taxes are very high here. The opportunity for jobs is lower and lower. Companies find workers' compensation costs and other tort costs way too high, so they're moving, they're taking the jobs with them. And so people are finding their future in other states, and that's the sad part of what's happening to Illinois. This is a great place, and what we have to do is get those economic reforms that Rauner wants, because that's how we will eventually keep companies here, attract companies, and attract people, and become a beacon for people, not a place that you want to leave because you need to find your opportunity elsewhere.
He is Ted Dabrowski, Vice President of Policy at the Illinois Policy Institute. Ted, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.Pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, patchy fog this morning, otherwise mostly cloudy by this afternoon. Maybe some sunshine, still cool, a high of 74 degrees. And then tomorrow, yes, summer-like conditions in summer. Can you imagine? It'll be partly sunny, a lot warmer, a high near 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times on the Stevenson and the Kennedy. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Rain, it's kind of soggy, and the travel times reflect that in some places. We see heavy delays on the Stevenson still. There were a number of earlier crashes. Right now, we're looking at about 58 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound, it's still a full hour. The Kennedy inbound delays start at Lawrence, 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, and outbound 46. Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 27. Eisenhower, 58 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 46. The Rhine is 31 minutes from 95th to downtown. Express lanes are quicker. Heavy delays on northbound Lakeshore Drive from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State very slow, Southwest Highway to Ogden, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The northbound Veterans Memorial stop and go from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to Roosevelt. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
It's the 10th anniversary of Rockin' for the Troops, presented by Operation Support Our Troops America, and it's happening on Saturday, July 18th at Cantini Park in Wheaton. Once again, the headline act is Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band. Other performers, The Voices, the Chicago Blues All-Stars, and Maggie Speaks. It's a full day of music, food, and family fun, all to benefit a great organization that serves our military men and women and their families. Gates open at noon on July 18th. A free shuttle is available for off-site parking. Now, if you've been to Rockin' for the Troops before, then you know what a great event this is. And if you've never been to Rockin' for the Troops, then you need to get your tickets today. Tickets are just $25 and are available at Jewel Osco stores in Bolingbrook, Naperville, Wheaton, Elmhurst, West Chicago, Downers Grove, Orland Park, Batavia, Carroll Stream, and St. Charles. Or you can simply go to 560theanswer.com, search for the keyword troops. That's 560theanswer.com, keyword troops.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My air conditioner needs replacing.
Sorry, but your home insurance doesn't cover air conditioners.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my air conditioner?
I'm afraid not.
But his air conditioner could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, go to ahs.com or call 1-800-403-9611. Service requests are subject to a fee for each trade called. Some exclusions and limitations apply. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, go to ahs.com. That's ahs.com or call 1-800-403-9611.
Have you ever thought you'd like to flip houses but didn't know how or where to get the money? Are you ready to be your own boss so you can start living the good life? Hi, I'm Preston Ely. I used to be so broke. I had my electricity turned off 9 times, but I figured out a way to quit my job and find financial freedom in real estate. Now, for a limited time, I want to send you my smash hit selling book, How to Get Rich in Real Estate, absolutely free. It shows you how to copy exactly what I did so you can make money from the comfort of your own home without even doing any manual labor. I've already given away 5,000 books and they're going fast. To get one before they're gone, call 1-800-500-2997. Listen, if you're sick and tired of stressing about money, this book could change your life. It's short, fun to read, easy to understand, and awesome. To find out how to get your free book while supplies last, call 1-800-500-2997. Call 1-800-500-2997. 1-800-500-2997.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, ESPN's Keith Olbermann. You remember Keith Olbermann from MSNBC, from Current TV, other places that have fired him. I mean, it's incredible. This loon continues to get work and good paying work, too. But
isn't this his second time at ESPN?
Yeah, well, sure. He did the sports. This is before he became political. He did Sports Center with Dan Patrick, and it was actually a pretty good tandem. And then, I don't know, he took his crazy pills and kind of veered off the highway into the wilderness, never to be heard from again.
Well, he's very angry.
The interesting thing, again, Olbermann's departure, according to ESPN, ultimately comes down to creative differences.
Oh, I love that excuse.
He wanted to, there was a dispute about Olbermann's commentaries, which are, routinely unhinged, even on this new sports show he had on ESPN. So he has been canned. Unfortunately, he hasn't been caned, which is what he deserves. But this is all just a predicate for me to play the best acting work Ben Affleck has ever done in his career.
What's that?
Which is his impression of Keith Olbermann on Saturday Night Live.
Good evening. I'm Keith Olbermann. Our 5th story on the countdown. That he is the worst president in our nation's 220-year existence. Indeed, the worst president ever to head a government of any kind in the whole of human history is beyond dispute. But even Mr. Bush's harshest critics had until this week credited him with a modicum of human decency. A decency utterly belied by the tape you are presently to see. A tape which, at a White House press conference, Mr. Bush abruptly launches into a stream of ugly racist invective that would embarrass even David Duke.
I would encourage our listeners to go online, use your search engine, look that up. If you haven't seen it, because it's about 8 minutes long, obviously we can't play the whole thing, but it is 8 minutes of hysterical parody. And the frightening thing is, it's not that much parody. It's just a
true imitation.
Correct. It's just what Keith Olbermann routinely does.
Well, he's going to land somewhere. So where's the next stop for Keith Olbermann?
Probably he'll have to move his mom and Mrs. Precious Perfect, his kitten, to another market to get a job. I don't know.
Herman Cain. The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I was coming out of the hardware store when I saw him. An old man, late 70s, hunched over in the freezing rain, no hat on his head, limping across that slippery parking lot and pushing a row of shopping carts toward the cart corral. It's heartbreaking. Millions of hardworking Americans simply don't have enough money to retire, so they just keep working and working and working until it's too late. Hi, I'm Chad Stubbs, President and CEO of PowerTrader, and I believe that's just plain wrong. That's why I'm now distributing to the public absolutely free copies of Power Trader's game-changing book on how regular folks can make the money they need to retire fast. For your free copy, call 1-800-400-0360. Don't let the lack of money rob you of your retirement. Call now for details and get your free copy of this book before it's too late. 1-800-400-0360. But hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-0360. 1-800-400-0360.
You know, it's not too late to get on CertaPro's painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for all the summer entertaining. And summer is the perfect time to get that exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. You can come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new coat of paint on your home. CertaPro, well, with it, you get the best of both worlds. They're the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. CertaPro brings expertise, security, and quality to ensure your complete satisfaction for a job that you can be proud of. It's so simple. Just call CertaPro, 1-800-GO-CERTA, G-O-C-E-R-T-A, Certa with a C, or you can go to CertaPro.com to schedule your free appointment. CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. Most Americans can't purchase their own health insurance again until open enrollment in November. However, there's a special enrollment period for anyone who has lost income and now qualifies for a subsidy, or for those who have lost their job and are now facing an expensive COBRA premium. Families, seniors, and business owners need to work with an expert. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-495-9822. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-495-9822. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-495-9822. That's 1-800-495-9822.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:08, when's the next cartoon contest? We'll talk to Pamela Geller about radical Islam at 8:08.
And then later, why dogs avoid mean people. There's a science behind that. But here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following this morning. A Chicago teen found dead inside an abandoned school in Gary. Jobs slashed at Illinois' health insurance exchanges. We'll tell you why. And clearing on the way for today. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Bye-bye Confederate flag at South Carolina's Capitol.
Whenever the governor signs it, it has 24 hours to come down.
And Todd Rutherford and other state lawmakers say they never thought they'd see this happen. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown has more live.
Dave, South Carolina's House of Representatives spent close to 13 hours arguing over more than 60 amendments to the bill to move the Confederate battle flag. Representative Gilda Cobb-Hunter called it a delay tactic to keep the flag flying.
If you don't want the bill, then let's skip all of this delaying and all of the stuff that y'all are engaging in right now. Why don't we just move forthright to a vote?
The House eventually voted 94-20 to take it down. Governor Nikki Haley is expected to sign it into law today, Dave.
Now, Evan flag supporters say to them it's heritage, not hatred. In San Diego, California today, an Army sergeant who fought for the Union in the Civil War will be buried with full military honors. Charles Shorters received a Medal for Gallantry in 1869, but for nearly a century, an urn containing his ashes was left in an unmarked grave until its recent discovery. Should Donald Trump take it down a notch? Running for president, the Republican Party's leader wants him to. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Republican National Committee Chair Reince Priebus wants Donald Trump to dump his commentary on illegal immigrants from Mexico. The Washington Post reports he spent nearly an hour on the phone with the GOP candidate trying to convince him to tone it down. But Trump doesn't appear to be backing down, telling NBC last night.
I have many legal immigrants working. Many of them come from Mexico. They love me. I love them. And I'll tell you something. If I get the nomination, I'll win the Latino vote.
Only one of his fellow GOP candidates, Ted Cruz, has come out and defended Trump. Dave.
Rachel, in California, white people are no longer the majority. U.S. Census statistics show by July of last year the Latino population of 15 million, for the first time slightly outnumbered whites in California. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Foggy conditions in the area, 62 degrees, and winds are out of the north at 9. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. On AM 560, The Answer, police investigating after a Chicago teen from the Hyde Park neighborhood was found dead in an abandoned high school in Gary, Indiana. Police say an anonymous phone tip led to officers discovering Conita Richardson at Emerson High School Tuesday night. The Lake County Coroner's Office ruled she had been strangled to death. Southwest Airlines says no one was hurt after one of its planes aborted at takeoff at Midway due to mechanical issues. There are reports in the Chicago Tribune that one of the plane's engines caught fire. That airplane was secured, everyone safely exiting. It had been headed for Logan Airport in Boston. An Illinois House committee has endorsed a $2.3 billion stopgap budget plan. It's designed to keep state government operating through July while Democrats in the General Assembly and the Republican Governor Bruce Rauner wrangle over a long-term budget plan for the fiscal year, which began last week. However, Rauner would not say whether he would veto that temporary budget. Illinois State Police have announced the arrest of a teen arrested in the early morning in the shooting of a small-town police officer in southern Illinois. Authorities say the male juvenile was arrested after seeking medical attention himself for a minor gunshot wound. People who live in and around O'Hare complain about the noise. Getting their wish, the FAA will hold 4 additional public hearings next month about a new runway scheduled to open in October, and there will be discussions of plans for yet another new runway added at O'Hare, planned for 2020. The staff of Get Covered Illinois will be cut due to a drop in federal funding being directed at that health insurance exchange. Crane Chicago Business is reporting more than a dozen staffers were notified Wednesday their positions will be eliminated. Chicago sports, White Sox over Toronto 7-6. Took extra innings, but Adam Eaton's home run was a game winner. Johnny Peralta's 9th inning home run was a game winner, helping St. Louis over the Cubs 6-5. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Chris Honig.
From the Fox Business Network, stock futures are higher as investors try to make up for some of the time lost to yesterday's nearly 4-hour trading stop at the New York Stock Exchange.
It wasn't my best day as the president of the New York Stock Exchange. I mean, I take our role as kind of the center of the capital markets very seriously.
Exchange President Thomas Farley says a computer glitch was to blame. The Dow lost 262 points yesterday. GM is recalling nearly 200,000 Hummers because motors that run ventilation fans can overheat and start a fire. The recall affects 2006 to 2010 Hummer H3 and H3T models. 42 fires have been reported. And Bluebell is taking a step closer to a return to grocery store shelves. The company announced it will test run the Alabama ice cream plant that's been closed since Listeria contamination led to a nationwide recall. Listeria was also found at Bluebell plants in Texas and Oklahoma. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Chris Honig.
8:05, the news, a service of Spot Hero for an easier commute. Download Spot Hero and get $10 in free parking credit with promo code Radio560. That's Spot Hero with promo code Radio560. Check of traffic and weather is next on AM 560.
Money. It affects every part of your life. Whether it's saving for college for your kids, saving for retirement for yourself, or just finding a way to get out of debt. But do you really have a strategy to make the most of your money?
Someone tell people this is going to happen. It's called life.
Listen to The Dave Ramsey Show to learn practical tools for managing and growing your money.
You have to think.
Tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
And now another golf confessional brought to you by Golfsmith. A woman told us she was fed up with constantly playing on the course right behind the same slow group. So she went to Golfsmith and picked up high-velocity Callaway XR woods. The way she sees it, if she can't make them play faster, a few balls whizzing by at 100 miles an hour might. Hurry into Golfsmith in the Chicago South Loop today to get the best of the season and save enough on the Callaway XR woods to play another round. Golfsmith, anything for golf.
Eating uncontrollably during a binge. Eating far more than others would in a similar situation. Eating and then feeling terrible. Binging at least weekly for 3 months. Sound familiar?
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. I got to achieve my Grand Slam title, but off the tennis court, my binge eating was just uncontrollable. My doctor said it was binge eating disorder. There is hope.
Adults, get the full symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor. Sponsored by Shire.
8:07 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, delays start around Peterson. 25 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28. The Kennedy, 35 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 23 from Montrose, 22 in the Express. The Ohio feeder's jammed. Outbound 43 minutes downtown to the airport. The inbound Ike. Looking at an hour from Thorndale to downtown, 33 minutes from Manheim, outbound 52 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, 50 minutes either way between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown, a little quicker in the Express. We have delays on Lakeshore Drive, southbound Belmont to Fullerton, northbound jammed from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-States, though Southwest Highway most of the way to 31st, then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow 2E to Lee, westbound slow approaching Lee. Reagan Tollway, heavy Farnsworth to Eola, Veterans Memorial. Stop and go Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to Roosevelt, Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast comes from meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, patchy fog for the morning, otherwise clouds break for some sun. High 74. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low 60. Then tomorrow, clouds and sun with a high 79. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
60 at O'Hare and along Chicago's lakefront. Next news, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Donley's Wild West Town in Union. Old-fashioned family fun. Visit wildwesttown.com and get discounted tickets at any Walgreens.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Donald Trump surging in Republican primary polls even as he loses business deals. Trump doubling down today in the interview with NBC's Katie Tur, backing up his comments that have sparked so much controversy.
Well, he's repeating himself. You know, I'm like Jab on this. I'm done. The man's specialty to suck oxygen. I'm going to be breathing fresh air.
Term limits, redistricting reform, property tax freeze, as well as workers' comp reform and tort reform.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Amy. It's been a couple months now since that shooting in Garland, Texas, outside of this event that was sponsored by the American Freedom Defense Initiative. This is Pamela Geller's group, and might wonder how the battle against Islamofascism from Ms. Geller's perspective goes, what she's up to, are more cartoon contests planned, and for answers to those questions and more, we're now joined by Pamela Geller, president of the American Freedom Defense Initiative. Pamela Geller, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for having me, Dan.
So what is your status, both from a personal security perspective as well as from your professional work with this nonprofit, the American Freedom Defense Initiative, now a couple months removed from that shooting in Texas?
Well, of course, 2 assassination attempts by jihadists in 4 weeks, and being really designated one of the top targets for the Islamic State, it was a game changer in terms of security. So security is 24/7, and it's really almost an army. And this is the cost of freedom in the United States in September 2015.
But Pamela, did you ever feel guilty that maybe you put some innocent lives at risk? People who lived in Garland, Texas, people who were at that Walmart store who had to hit the deck when they heard those shots fired?
Did I feel guilty about saving lives?
No,
Amy, I did not. Yeah, no, I didn't. Look, they were meeting well before I had planned my art exhibit. They were meeting, they were practicing shooting, they were planning jihad. So clearly they were going to do something. My event was protected. I have been having security at all of my events for the past 10 years because I understand the enemy. They would have attacked a different target. They would have attacked a softer target, and innocent people would have died. And you couple that with the fact that they were able to glean an enormous amount of intelligence, that military bases went on Bravo, that they put in major cities targets under high-profile terror targets under 24-hour surveillance. Perhaps the Boston jihadists were put under surveillance because of what happened in Garland. We don't discuss the good that came out of Garland because we have a media that's basically scrubbing jihad, whitewashing it, and aligned with the jihad force. Just a response of the media to an assassination attempt on my life and on hundreds of Americans that went to the event. And I didn't put their lives in jeopardy. The jihadists did. I didn't make the cartoons a flashpoint. The jihadists did. Those who call for violence against those who draw Muhammad are inciting violence. Now, will we kowtow to this violent intimidation, or we stand in defense of freedom?
And it's interesting, there was an event outside a mosque in Arizona about a month after your event in Garland, Texas. This was organized by a military veteran where they had Muhammad cartoons and they had protesters outside this mosque, and it went on without incident. And there are obviously other cartoon contests you have done that have gone on without incident. And so I wonder what your plans are prospectively. What's next? Are you doing more of these cartoon contests? Are you doing more of these gatherings? What's next in terms of activity?
Well, on July 1st, we filed a First Amendment lawsuit against the Washington Metropolitan Transit Authority after a win in the courts for banning political ads. It's an end run around the First Amendment. So our work will continue in defense of freedom of speech. We will not submit to the blasphemy laws under the Sharia. Our country was founded by religious people fleeing blasphemy laws. The cornerstone of our democracy, the First Amendment, is an anti-blasphemy law. And we seem to forget that. And so the work will continue. We are running right now our ads in support of free speech, featuring the cartoon by a former Muslim, I might add, is running in St. Louis. We plan to run them across the country. Look, there's a difference of opinion on whether the First Amendment protects all speech, but it does, and it's not negotiable, and it's critical to the health.
Do you see, though, how some mainstream Muslims see this, this artistic interpretation of Prophet Muhammad as disgraceful and as just a poor taste? I mean, I see cartoons and I want to laugh at cartoons. I don't want to certain religious figures to be satirized. But do you understand where they're coming from?
I understand being offended, which is required in a pluralistic democracy. I don't understand chopping off people's heads for it.
Okay.
That I don't understand.
But do
you see how Christians were upset when Jesus Christ was put in a jar of urine? Do you see that? Do you see how Christians are upset when Jesus Christ is taunted on South Park all the time?
Yeah, but there's no calling to kill if Jesus is being satirized.
It is required to live in a democracy that we offend people. Yes. This is the kind of speech that's protected under the First Amendment. Now, peaceful Muslims have no problem with it, I'm sure. They believe in the freedom of speech. It's why they live here. It's why they came here.
Well, I know peaceful Muslims who are offended by it.
Right.
I'm offended. I'm offended by your conversation with me. So what?
Well, right, and so I was offended by Andre Serrano putting the crucifix in a jar of urine, but I'm not going to issue a fatwa and call for people to be killed.
Yeah.
That's the difference. And Pamela, I just wanted to develop this a little bit more. You mentioned a cartoon that was drawn by a Muslim or a former Muslim. I wonder what reaction you get from Muslims in this country, many of whom, as Amy described, believe in peaceful pluralism. They are not the jihadists. I wonder if there's interaction with them and what those conversations are like, or if there's support from that cross-section of the Muslim community.
Well, let me say this. I get emails from Muslims thanking me. Now, I can't publicize them because they will be excoriated in their communities. Most of the email I get from Muslims, frankly, is asking for help, trying to get out of homes where a girl may want to live a freer life and she's being forced to wear the hijab. The email that I get from Muslims is truly actually heartbreaking. But again, to get back to Amy's point, I think it's really important that we understand that putting up with being offended is essential in pluralistic society in which people differ on basic truths. If a group will not bear being offended without resorting to violence, that group will rule unopposed while everyone else lives in fear, while other groups curtail their activities to appease the violent group. This results in the violent group being able to tyrannize the others.
And you said you're getting many emails, a lot of Muslims asking for help. But do you still receive hate emails? Do you still receive death threats? And do you personally have a security team watching over you?
I received thousands of emails in support, which is very interesting to me. You know, last year, according to a survey, 38% of Americans felt that the First Amendment went too far in guaranteeing our rights to freedom of speech. That poll this year, that dropped to 19%. Only 19% felt that the First Amendment went too far. I think that Garland affected that. People really saw in very tangible terms how your freedom of speech could really be jeopardized. Yes, of course, I have security 24/7. The fact that I'm ISIS top target requires that. And so, you know, I won't back down. I won't go into hiding like Molly Norris, a cartoonist who, in the wake of death threats against South Park producers for putting Muhammad in a teddy bear costume, had said, let's all draw Muhammad. And so she was forced to go into hiding. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stand and
Good
fight.
for you.
We're talking to Pamela Geller. She's the president of the American Freedom Defense Initiative. I wonder if, and now the First Amendment critical issue, what you're describing, is encouraging that people, fewer people, think it goes too far, those protections. That's good news. I wonder if you have any concern, though, about all of this discussion about whether people have a right to offend other people, if it takes away from the discussion and the education about the existential threat that Islamofascism presents to Western civilization.
I think it proves it. I think it proves the existential threat. There is nothing, if you look at the cartoon, look, it's interesting. In the wake of the Charlie Hebdo jihad slaughter, and those cartoons were racy and obscene and profane, the European media ran those cartoons. In the wake of Garland, now our cartoon by a former Muslim, the winning cartoon, is not profane or obscene. It's very, very clever. It shows a rather, not a bad at all looking Muhammad saying, you can't draw me. And there's the cartoonist's hand saying, that's why I draw you.
Yeah, it's actually pretty tame.
Well, it's not the matter of tame. No American media would even run it.
I know.
Which shows how cowed they are.
Yeah.
Which shows how they're really enforcing. They're enforcing the blasphemy laws under the Sharia. There's nothing about the cartoon that incites violence. But I have to shut down my free speech because someone may be offended by that.
Yeah,
It is within the established American tradition of satire. If America surrenders on this point, the freedom of speech is a relic of history.
All right, Pamela Geller, thanks so much for joining us. She's the president of the American Freedom Defense Initiative. You mentioned she's litigating the right to free speech yet again with respect to D.C. and issue ads on D.C. public transportation. So we'll watch to see how that case turns out. Pamela Geller, president of the American Freedom Defense Initiative, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
And she joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
She didn't say hi to me, and she didn't say bye to me. Oh well, I'll get over it.
It's our free speech, right?
Yes, it is. Today, patchy fog this morning. Otherwise, mostly cloudy by this afternoon, a high of 74 degrees. Then tomorrow, well, summer might actually arrive. We might have the effects of summer, which means warm weather and some sunshine, a high near 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim.
Hi, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Eden's inbound delays start around Foster, 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy holding at 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown and outbound 43. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop and outbound now 50. The Stevenson, 52 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 51. The Ryan is 31 minutes, 95th to downtown, a little quicker than the Express. Northbound Lakeshore Drive really bottled up from the Stevenson to Jackson with those street closures downtown for the Taste. Southbound a bit slow, Belmont to Fullerton. Northbound Tri-State has heavy delays, 111th Street most of the way to 31st, and then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The northbound Veterans Memorial really slow, Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and the usual slow spots farther north. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
People say puffiness and bags around the eyes are the hardest things to get rid of until now. Introducing Genucell Stem Cell Therapy from Chamonix. It targets eye puffiness and bags. I use it and I love it. This stuff works. Genucell is all natural. It's a serum, and with its instant effects is guaranteed to show results in as little as 12 hours or your money back. That's right. Users saw results in only 12 hours with dramatic improvement in just 2 weeks. A true Chamonix classic, Genucell contains 8 ingredients to significantly reduce the appearance of bags and puffiness. Plus, Genucell uses patented plant stem cell technology, stem cells from a Swiss apple, to give you longevity and brilliant long-term results. Call right now. Try Genucell risk-free. 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. And say goodbye to puffiness and bags today. And call in the next 20 minutes. Oh, and you'll get the legendary Esotique face cream absolutely free just for trying Genucell today. Chamonix, the best skincare, best results, or your money back, no questions asked. 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to do an FHA Streamline refinance to lower your interest rate and payment, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to refinance your 11% loan, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to use your retirement assets to do an asset depletion loan, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, please call me at 312-751-1333. 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
Hey, don't be caught without the facts. Listen to me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. We were just talking to Pam Geller, President of the American Freedom Defense Initiative. I don't know.
Oh, she loves me.
I don't know that you guys are going to go out for a girls' lunch anytime soon, but it was great to have her on the show. Let's go to Ralph in Frankfurt. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy.
Thank you, Ralph.
Don't want to make you feel bad. Hey, but look, blaming Pamela Geller's actions or asking her if she feels responsible for putting people at risk, I think you're not looking at it the right way. It's kind of like blaming jewelry stores for putting all those shiny things in the windows and making it tempting for robbers to come smash and grab. Just like other things in society, bad people are going to want to do bad things. If we try to, kiddie-proof our whole society so that bad people aren't tempted to do bad things, it's like the equivalent of putting all those little plastic plugs around your house everywhere.
She gave them a stage to perform their jihadist acts, and that was Garland, Texas.
They don't need a stage. They have the world stage already. I think what she's doing is pointing out the fact that people are, in fact, free to do what they want to do, and it's not okay to react violently because you disapprove.
Yeah, that's
You know,
that's it in a nutshell, Ralph. Thanks for the call. Appreciate
We
it.
got great text messages. This one from 708. Amy, you just got owned by Pamela. And here's another one I love from the 708 area code. I love this broad's attitude. I bet she's a real tiger in the sack.
Let's give credit where credit's due and distance ourselves from that text. That's, of course, Sean from Elmwood Park. Another text. Amy has become the Tex Cobb of this debate. Boy, a Randall Tex Cobb reference. I love it. Someone throw in the towel. And then 630, maybe Americans should stop running, too. The Zarnaev boys were obviously offended by that action. Ouch.
Yeah, thanks. Should I be holding my breath for my Christmas card from Pamela Geller?
Yeah, or Hanukkah card, as the case may be.
Oh, sorry, my Hanukkah card.
That's a microaggression.
Shoot. Maybe I'm Jewish, too. Last name's Jacobson.
And maybe
Thank
you're
you.
not. And maybe you're not.
This is across the board with so-called hot-looking broads.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson & Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. And we won't go after your customers directly. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson & Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson & Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson & Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
Yes, my cat, even my cat loves My Pillow, and I had to knock him off the bed last night so I could rest my head on a pillow, My Pillow. It conforms to my neck and back. It helps if you're going through the change and you get a little hot at night. It helps cool your head.
Tell me about it, sister.
If you have insomnia, if you have problems with snoring, I suggest trying a pillow from My Pillow. You get a 60-day full money-back guarantee if you are not satisfied, but you'll love it. Trust me, give it a few nights and you will be satisfied. And right now you can buy one, get one free, so you can give one as a gift and keep one for yourself. Go to mypillow.com, type Amy, A-M-Y, in the promo code to get 2 pillows for the price of one, plus 50% off your pillow toppers and other products. mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Today on fleaspray.com, you can also read up on the side effects of imidacloprid, moxidectin, pyrethrin, and other widely sold flea and tick poisons. Or you can avoid those grisly side effects altogether. Switch to new Nomo Flea. New Nomo Flea flea and tick spray kills fleas and ticks with no poison. It's made from vegetable oil. Nomo Flea dissolves the hard shell of a flea or tick on contact, so the moist insides of that flea or tick just dry up. No more flea instantly. No more ticks soon thereafter. Best of all, no more poison ever. New No More Flea is totally safe for dogs, cats, puppies, kittens, kids, babies crawling around on the kitchen floor. So thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. You can throw away the flea and tick poisons lurking under your kitchen sink just as soon as your 30 or 60-day supply of new No More Flea arrives from fleaspray.com. Fleaspray.com. FLEASPRAY.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Prof. Amy Jacobson coming up. That white pipsqueak of a priest who is a wannabe black preacher has filed a lawsuit against some suburban gun shops. We'll talk to the NRA's lobbyist in Illinois about that lawsuit at 8:38.
And then why dogs avoid mean people. Hope they're not wagging your tail. But first let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to a man who's never mean. Here is Mike Scott.
Dogs like me, too. 8:30 is our time, 60 degrees, and rain showers have moved through the area. Flood warnings are posted for northwest Indiana and parts of central Illinois. South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley promised to quickly sign a bill removing the Confederate battle flag from the State House grounds. Early this morning, lawmakers in that state's House approved that legislation. The flag will be shipped to the Confederate Relic Room. Number of people seeking unemployment benefits has risen dramatically to the highest level since late February. Labor Department says those filing applications for unemployment benefits rose by 15,000 to 297,000. One of the states posting a large jump was Michigan, home to many auto plants, which typically see auto plant shutdowns in the summer to retool for the new model year. A judge in Britain is opening a wide-ranging public investigation this morning into decades of abuse in Britain's schools, hospitals, and institutions. The Justice, Lowell Goddard, says Britain has been stunned by revelations about child sexual abuse and warns the true scale of that crime may be worse than the official estimate that 1 in 20 children in Britain has been a victim. A German member of the European Central Bank's Governing Council says Greek banks should get no more emergency credit unless a bailout deal is struck. The Greek government is hurrying together a package of reforms after requesting a new 3-year bailout program. A Schaumburg woman has pleaded not guilty to killing her disabled daughter in a botched murder-suicide attempt. The story in this morning's Daily Herald. 55-year-old Bonnie Liltz is charged with first-degree murder in the death of her daughter Courtney, who suffered from cerebral palsy. Police are investigating after a Chicago teen was found dead in an abandoned high school in Gary. Police say an anonymous tip led to officers discovering Conita Richardson at Emerson High School late Tuesday night. State workers who are likely to miss paychecks during the ongoing budget standoff will now be able to get interest-free loans to help pay their bills. Treasurer Mike Frericks is scheduled to announce a partnership with the Illinois Credit Union League today. Chicago sports, White Sox over Toronto 7-6 in 11 innings. Adam Eaton with the game-winning home run. Johnny Peralta with the game-winning home run for the Cardinals. They beat the Cubs 6-5. 8:32 is our time, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher thinks the country might be going insane.
To go around and take down symbols of history because there's a narrative that emerges on social media that the Confederate battle flag made this guy kill 9 people? I'm sorry. That's insanity. We're losing our minds.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
Are your Google search results killing you? Unflattering content in blogs, news articles, online reviews, social media, or other sources can jeopardize your reputation, your business, and your livelihood. Let Reputation.com help. Our patented technology will make the truth about you more visible while pushing down unwanted negative content. Improve your Google search results. Call Reputation.com at 1-800-651-4888 for a free consultation. That's 800-651-4888.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1-hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her AC started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1-hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any cooling need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Here's a man who never twerks, ever. In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, it's Jim Talamonte.
Not going to happen. Good morning, Mike. On the Edens inbound delays start at Elston. 23 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 25. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Lawrence. 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. A little quicker in the Express. Outbound 37 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, 56 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. 32 from Manheim. Outbound 44 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 47. Ryan is 31 minutes, 95 to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, slow Irving Park to Fullerton. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State. There are heavy delays. Southwest Highway most of the way to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial, very slow bout into the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways have only slight delays. traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast includes a flood warning for southeast Kankakee County and across northwestern Indiana, Porter County, Newton, Lake, Jasper counties because of very heavy rain that moved through the area earlier this morning. And in fact, in parts of central Illinois, 3.5 inches of rain fell in the overnight hours. For us, patchy fog this morning. High later today of 74, partly cloudy and 60 overnight. 60 at O'Hare, 63 at Midway, and your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Dan Prof, Amy Jacobson. Father Pfleger and his merry band of gun banners have filed suit in Cook County against 3 suburban gun shops, Amy. These gun shops located, the gun shops that they're usually targeting, they're usually protesting out, most notably Chuck's Gun Shop in Riverdale, Midwest Guns in Lyons, Shore Galleries in Lincolnwood. The complaint alleges that these gun shops sell guns in a manner that disproportionately jeopardizes the lives of African Americans, causes mental anguish and distress, and diminishes the value of their homes and other property. So they're trying to make a colorable claim for a civil cause of action against these gun shops. And, of course, even if they lose, because this case is frivolous and silly, although in Cook County Court, nothing is frivolous and silly. Who knows what a Cook County Circuit Court judge will do. But in the event that it is tossed or they're not successful, they still beset these gun shop owners with legal fees and all the other associated headaches with being in litigation. And we're now joined by the NRA lobbyist for Illinois, Todd Vandermeide, to weigh in on this lawsuit and Father Pfleger's antics more generally. Todd, thanks so much for joining us.
No problem, Dan, except there's one small problem with your premise.
Okay.
They didn't sue the gun shops. They sued the villages.
Right, the villages that license the gun shops. Correct. I'm sorry. It's an important point. Yes.
Yeah, so in reading the suit, they want the Chicago-style ordinance and or the Brady Bunch Code of Conduct imposed upon these villages. So while Father Pfleger has been unable to convince the federal Congress or the state legislature to take up his cause, he now wants to use the courts to try to mandate on the village, these 3 villages, how to legislate and run their towns.
Well, in his defense, Father Pfleger said that these 3 suburbs, Lincolnwood, Lyons, and Riverdale, that guns recovered from Chicago crime scenes came from stores in those communities. Is there any truth to that? Is there any proof?
Well, the problem is with what you use for your basis, which is tracing statistics. And so if you had a gun collection of, say, 50 guns, and your house was broken into, and then all of those guns were recovered at various crime scenes, does that mean the gun shop did anything wrong?
Well, if they sold me the guns, no. That means, it's just a matter of circumstance. I mean, if I get robbed, but I should do a better job of locking up my guns, which I would do. But I don't think it's lawsuit worthy.
But that's the problem. How they define a crime gun is very open and loose as to what's really a crime gun. These gun shops were all sued by Mayor Daley back in the late 90s, and that lawsuit was tossed out by the Illinois Supreme Court. There's never been criminal charges against any of these 3 gun shops. So the funny so let's. Shore Galleries, which is the gun shop up in Lincolnwood, is run by a law enforcement officer.
Right.
Next door actually, is a law enforcement officer. So if somebody thinks that law enforcement officers are intentionally putting guns out on the street through a retail, store, it's kind of, ludicrous.
Good point. So here's what I see Father Pfleger trying to do then by going after the municipalities. He can't get to the gun stores He's not going to get them to shut their doors. But so what he's going to do is go to the municipalities and put pressure on them and send a signal to other municipalities where there might be an application for a business license from a gun shop. Don't give that business license out because, Father Flager and his gun banners are going to be sure to follow.
Well, that's true. He's trying to embarrass them or do something else to get his way. But, the city of Chicago just lost a lawsuit in federal court about banning gun stores across the board. They lost a lawsuit against banning gun ranges across the board. So, I'm not sure what he wants. But it's interesting that a Sun-Times story just comes out this week that says some of the highest number of carry permits are in the zip codes surrounding his parish.
Right. Yeah, right.
I think he's a little bit out of touch with what his parishioners actually want and that, what they need. And what they need is protection and not, this grandstanding.
Now, the straw purchase of weapons is a big problem on the city streets of Chicago. Where are these weapons being purchased? Is it Wisconsin? Is it Indiana? Is it Michigan? Is it all three?
Well, some of it, they, according to one report from Chicago, 50% of the guns are coming from out of state. The two largest sources seem to be Mississippi and Indiana. So it's not all coming from Illinois. And remember, we have the utopia that the gun banners want. We have a permit to purchase via the FOID card. You can't legally buy a firearm if you don't have a FOID card. So when you have a straw purchase, you're committing 3 felonies right off the get-go. One, under state law, you're lying to buy the firearm for somebody else, so a straw purchase. 2, you're transferring the firearm to somebody who doesn't have a FOID card, another felony. Most likely, they're not abiding by the waiting period, which applies to private transactions and handguns at 72 hours, so there's a third felony. And the interesting thing is that in Riverdale, their local ordinance prohibits Chuck's Gun Shop from selling more than one handgun in a month to the same individual. So they have all these things in place, but they don't seem to work.
So when you have all of the laws that you just ran through, just to give a bit of flavor for it, and so many hundreds more in terms of the regulation of firearms and firearm ownership, how do you react when you hear Gary McCarthy respond to the 10 murders and 55 shootings over the weekend in Chicago and say, hey, yeah, but we took 48 illegal guns off the streets, and it's still a gun culture and generally a gun problem in Chicago that's synonymous with the crime problem?
Well, Gary McCarthy hasn't gotten it right since he got here. He sat here and blamed gun owners for everything. He said that Chicago cops would more likely shoot concealed carry holders because, they were a person with a gun when they came up on them in a Terry stop or a traffic stop or something like that. I think, his whole comp stamp thing has been an utter failure if you look at it across the board. I don't see how you can justify anything they've been doing that works. I mean, it's only so your high watermark is that, last year there were 82 shootings over 4th of July, and this year there were only 62.
Yeah. All right, Todd Vandermeide, lobbyist for the NRA here in Illinois. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
No problem, guys.
312-642-5600. I'm worried this is going to cost the municipalities money to defend themselves in this lawsuit. I mean, hopefully the judge will throw it out, but...
Right. Well, that's Flager's point. Let's go to Joe and Joliet. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, sir. I took the concealed carry class in January, and 70-some people were taking the class, and maybe about 20 of them were African-American men, older fellas, a couple had their wives, and they were telling us horror stories during the breaks. It was hard to believe. One guy's kid was killed, and we told the instructors, give these fellas the permits first. They need them.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joe. Well, I mean, it's worth pointing out, the McDonald case that ultimately overturned the Chicago gun ban. McDonald, the plaintiff, an African-American gentleman, tired of seeing...
Please push my meeting 15 minutes and let me make some calls.
Get your package there today with Quick Delivery. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com.
Time for a new grill? Don't make the mistake by grabbing one on sale at the big box store. Go to besthotgrill.com. They make the Solaire infrared grill. These amazing gas grills will heat up to over 1,000 degrees in just 3 minutes to provide professional chef quality performance in your own backyard. Now, Solaire is not for everyone. Solaire is sold only by the finest specialty retailers who recognize Solaire is the only hot, fast grill. If you live in an area without a Solaire dealer, Solaire has a demo program where you can try a mini version of the full-size grill in your own backyard, grilling the foods you like without a salesman looking over your shoulder. It is made with the same design, materials, components, and performance of the big Solaires, but in a size Solaire can easily ship to you. Try before you buy so you'll know firsthand why Solaire is the last grill you'll ever purchase. Learn more about the demo program and these fantastic USA-made grills at besthotgrill.com. That's besthotgrill.com. Solaire Infrared at besthotgrill.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. So this story comes to us from the BBC. Last month, scientists in Japan showed domestic dogs avoid people that they have seen behave unhelpfully to their owners. This is people who are mean to the owner of the dog. Not owners being mean to the dog, but other people being mean to their owner. Dogs avoid people that they have seen behave unhelpfully or mean to their owners. They did this test where they showed, among other things, most dogs avoided taking food from someone they had seen behaving negatively to their owner. So dogs are sensitive to how people treat their owners.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
So a dog is more compassionate than Dan Proft.
Well, I mean, that's a low bar. But I always wondered why.
Well, they're loyal.
I like dogs. I always get along with dogs. It's the humans. It's the owners that are the problem.
Oh, that's right. Because people talk and dogs just bark occasionally.
I think it was Sartre who said hell is other people. So you consider me a neo-existentialist of sort. This was interesting. So one of the tests, dogs watched their owners try to retrieve a roll of tape from a sealed, transparent container and then turn to an actor sitting next to them to request help. In the first scenario, the non-helper refused and turned away. In the second, the helper held the container steady when asked for help while the owner opened the lid and retrieved the object. And then immediately afterwards, both individuals offered the dog food, and the dogs tended to avoid the person who wouldn't help open the container and take the treat from the person who would help the dog's owner.
That is so
with the
sweet.
container. Yeah.
But we've always known dogs are loyal to their owners, and some dogs are so territorial that if you get near their owner just to hug them or say hi to them, they'll bark at you. Well, because my dad's girlfriend, she has a German Shepherd, and if I say hi to her, he goes, and he scares me a little bit.
Maybe he's seen you behave unhelpfully to
No,
your dad's girlfriend.
I have not behaved.
Well, I don't know.
I've been very nice to that dog. And to her.
Have you ever heard? This reminds me that's the experimentation. You're familiar with the experiment, Schrodinger's cat experiment?
No, what's that?
The Schrodinger's cat experiment. This was an experiment to further explain quantum mechanics, which I know you spend a lot of time reviewing.
All the day. Every day.
So a cat and a flask of poison and a radioactive source are put in a box.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, when there's any decay, any radioactive material detected, so any atoms decaying detected, then the flask will break, releasing a poison that kills the cat. And so this is a little science minute with Dan Proft. And so the scenario is that it's equally likely for there to be atomic decay or not be atomic decay. So it's equally likely for the cat to live or to die in the box during this experiment. So it creates this superimposition of states where the cat is simultaneously alive and dead.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting? The Schrodinger's cat. And so the explanation then becomes, and this was an advance in quantum mechanics, is that once an observation has made, the superimposition of states is suspended and the cat is either alive or dead. But it took Schrodinger, this great Austrian physicist, to come up with this experiment using a cat to help us understand quantum mechanics better.
Do you think cats are as compassionate as dogs?
I think they have a better understanding of quantum mechanics than you do.
Meow. You know how to cut to the core of me, Baxter. You're so wise. But like a miniature Buddha covered in hair.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com, a great place to learn more about your right, your Second Amendment right. And we've teamed up with Red Dot Arms to bring a full curriculum of training classes. Start with the Refuse to be a Victim seminar, which teaches basic skills and attitude for developing a strategy for your personal safety. Paired with the Home and Firearm Safety course, this non-shooting class teaches you the safe handling and storage of firearms and ammunition in the home. This bundle for beginners is only $50. Now continue your training with the NRA Basic Pistol Shooting class. This includes class instruction and range time as well. It's an 8-hour class for $150 normally, but it's only $75 at CRD. For the experienced shooter, there are also deals for personal protection courses and private training lessons. Set your sights on the Red Dot Arms deals only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately, so we decided to get out there and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy. Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. drivewithuber.com.
Our thanks, as always, to our technical director, David Stripling, our Caesar, CP, the EP, the executive producer.
Shake and bake.
Well said.
You know what? Why don't you toss it to Mike? I'm still experiencing some jet lag.
Yeah, and plus you're still recovering from that beatdown from Pamela Geller. All right, let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Well, he is our Caesar. I think he needs to serve a salad, too. 60 outside, gray skies. We're watching lots of developing stories, including officials at United Airlines, New York Stock Exchange, and the Wall Street Journal in recovery mode yesterday after being free of computer problems for a few hours. The latest from Fox News and the latest on the Confederate battle flag flown at the South Carolina State House being removed later today. Again, a gray day ahead for the rest of this morning. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Stocks are surging and the computers are working. There's a rebound on Wall Street the morning after a big sell-off and tech problem. The Dow's up 195.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. Oh, wait, let me do that again.
Wait, wait, hold on. I got I guess I'll tease this attorney. Just the attorney for the
Sweet Cakes couple. Wow.
The attorney for the. Yeah, that's the attorney for the couple that refused to provide a wedding cake to a gay couple.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
We speak with the attorney for the couple who. We speak with the attorney for the Oregon couple who refused to provide a wedding cake to a gay couple.
Back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. Then I'm just going to leave this rolling. So how long has Tracy been working for Johnny B? I've never believed in anybody being an asshole because I always make up my own decisions, but I've never heard anybody say anything nice about him. Oh, just horror stories. And some people from Channel 5 who had to work with him because he had a TV show there for a little bit. He's like crazy. He's screaming, kind of man-cowish, like screaming at people.
All right, got your teas.
I'll go give her a call right now, see if we get her on a little earlier here.
Okay, it's rolling.
This is a phone interview.
Telephone's on. You want us to make sure everything's set up here? I've got phone on. Next gen's on. Mics are on.
You're good.
Anything else?
Cool them down just a little bit because you might be hot.
Okay. Check. Right. So can I pause it now and then he just press record, or?
Yeah. Just make sure that it's not double click to where the screen is white. Otherwise, it'll only record for that segment.
See, then it goes white again. See that?
So what?
Every time I pause it, it goes white.
It shouldn't. You just go back to. Hold on a second. You should be able to just click back here, and then. Actually, you just leave it rolling.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Either way, or you can call it over. I like to pull it off just so.
Okay. So Chuck Gowdy didn't do the report on Jared Fogel's first wife because of the United stuff. He came back.
Just talked to Anna Harmon. She is just getting to our office. I was talking to her on her cell phone. She gave me her office number. We're going to call her back here in a few minutes, and we'll be good to go.
Can you put her name on screen?
She'll be on the hotline. It's already on the hotline there.
All right, so what do you think about the Bug Expo? Too cheeky, too?
Yeah, I don't care. That's fine.
I'll send you the info. It's developing solutions for developing countries. So,
Eat bugs.
yeah.
We're supposed to take this seriously.
It challenges students, their teams to develop a nutritious and desirable product using insects as a major ingredient. So that people make cricket cookies, mealworm biscuits, larvae flour, stews made with spent silkworm.
Yeah.
But the U.S. Entomology Group says eating of insects is common in much of the world.
Great.
They're much more efficient, affordable source of protein than livestock, particularly beef and pork.
Right.
And they're not dirty bugs, as people think.
Sure. I'm going to go out on Friday night for a nice big bowl of crickets instead of steak. Yeah.
Well, if you cover them with chocolate.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the difference between a chocolate-covered raisin and a chocolate-covered cricket?
Mastro's, the cricket edition. Ruth Chris crickets. Okay. Yeah, have fun with it. All right, it's fine. Put Ariana Grande on that.
Oh, yeah, she'll be licking the donuts. All right, sweet cakes, sweet cakes. So what time do you think? 8:45?
Yeah, it's fine. Ready?
We are connected with Anna Harmon on the hotline. She's just waiting to hear your guys' voice. I have asked her about Melissa and Aaron. She says that she's going to try to help us out to bring them on, but it'll be next week sometime. They're really busy, and they live in a very rural area, apparently, so it might be a little harder, but I'm trying here.
All right, we're good to go.
Yeah, we just have to press there like anybody else on the screen.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
we're good. Make sure we're recording.
Good morning, Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. Amy, we've been following this case for a while now. We talked about it last week because the Oregon Bureau of Labor and Industries, BOLI, as it's known, for you acronym buffs, ordered Aaron and Melissa Klein, the proprietors of Sweet Cakes by Melissa, to pay $135,000 in damages for emotional and mental and physical suffering to a gay couple, a lesbian couple, after the Kleins declined to bake a cake celebrating their same-sex wedding. These were clients of the Kleins. So this couple had previously patronized the Kleins establishment, and the Kleins served them without incident. The issue was them participating in their wedding ceremony. And we're now joined by the attorney for Edward and Melissa Klein. She is Anna Harmon. Anna, thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Anna, thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Sorry, we had a little
we'll edit it. Don't
technical
worry.
difficulty there. So give us, I guess, give us the status of the case right now, but kind of before we walk it all back. But the status of the case, the $135,000 judgment and a gag order against the Kleins. What is the next step in terms of the legal process?
Sure. Well, last Thursday we received a final order from the Commissioner of the Bureau of Labor and Industries, and that's an elected position here in Oregon. And he, like you said, awarded damages in the amount of $135,000 with interest beginning to accrue immediately at the rate of 9%. So the next step is appeal, and we'll be pursuing that shortly. And yesterday we actually received notice from the Bureau of Labor and Industries that they intend to pursue collection of that judgment almost immediately. So the state's not kidding about this judgment, and they're not kidding about pursuing it. So, and frankly, Aaron and Melissa aren't kidding about appealing it either and pursuing their constitutional rights.
How are your clients doing emotionally? I mean, this just must be so draining, the fight, the social issue associated with the fight, and are they doing well?
You know what? They have a really strong sense of community in their church, and I think they're doing okay. But I think you hit the nail on the head that this has drawn out for the last more than 2.5 years. And they haven't sought media attention, but this is a case that's kind of taken on a life of its own. And so the public is really interested in the idea that the government can tell you what you can or cannot say. And so, like you're perceiving, it has an effect. And so they're doing okay. I think they're doing okay under the circumstances. But you're right. You've nailed it. I think it's getting a little tiring. However, they are resolved and renewed in their faith, and they are not willing to lie down and let the government tell them that they can't hold a religious belief.
And so it's not only the judgment, the financial judgment against him, it's also this gag order, and I just want to explore that briefly. Essentially, an administrative commissioner says to the clients, you can't say anything related to this issue, this case. It's not just formal business communications, but also client statements to the press like the fight isn't over and we're going to continue to stand strong. Technically, those are